The following show is for mature audiences only.
Watch the tape, and when you see the tape, you know the tape doesn't lie, and there's just the tape doesn't lie.
Right?
Two things. First of all, before I came on camera, I buckled my seatbelt here, and I buckled it twice because you said you're always on cap side. And I said, oh man, we got an always on cap side guy. I better be ready for whatever's going to come flying through this exchange. The second part is, I love this kind of forum for those kinds of conversations because you try to have similar conversations on Twitter and they just go sideways in a hurry, right? People misinterpret stuff. Then people misinterpret the misinterpretation, and then there's a third misinterpretation of the first two misinterpretations, and it's just off the rails so fast, and everyone loses the message of what you were originally trying to say. And so it's exciting to be able to come on here, sound it out, be able to have you interrupt me interrupt you, stop the conversation when it's going astray, and we can keep it 100 because that's the name of the show, and that's what we're going to do. I've got a childhood friend who lives in Oklahoma City, and he's a avid watcher of this program. And he's always on. He's always on. He's going to be very excited. I don't think he knows that I was going to be on yet. He always catches up later. But it's always a reminder to me that it's not just this core base here in the city of Chicago, that Bears fans are everywhere. Some of them are transplants. Some of them are just grew up Bears fans because of the time they grew up. And so there are people everywhere looking for information. The second part of what you said is very important to me. And I think anyone that's ever worked with me, competed with me, been alongside me on my career path, understand that I'm very passionate about what I do. And that passion to me means something because I feel like it is the pathway to the fans, right, that want information. So I'm never going to half-ass reporting. I'm never going to half-ass observations. I'm never going to half-ass what it is that the people want. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. But you can trust that it's coming from a place that's objective, that comes through clear eyes, and is just meant to give you the information that I saw. Now listen, I'm not going to be right 100% of the time. I'm not going to be right 97% of the time. We can call those out when I'm wrong. In Cap's situation, I'm probably right 99.6% of the time when we go at it. And he'll watch this later and he'll get mad about that. But listen, it just is important to me to be able to get the most comprehensive and accurate information possible to feed to the fan base, and then they can consume it however they want, they can interpret it however they want, they can digest it however they want, and we can go from there. I'll give you a word: miscalculation. And it's a miscalculation on Ryan Pace's behalf in what he believed Mitch Trubisky was and what he believed Matt Nagy was and what he believed the two of them together could be. It's a massive miscalculation that set this franchise back a decade, honestly, a decade. And I used to have this conversation with Mark Silverman all the time because he would get very angry at callers who would say, get over it. They made a mistake in the 2017 draft. Get over it. And he would always push back and say, get over it. I'm never going to get over it because look at what position it has put this organization and this fan base in. Imagine if they had drafted Mahomes or Watson and caught that window and had a quarterback to take advantage of that window. And maybe you are the Chiefs now, right? And maybe you are perennially in the playoffs, perennially playing on Championship Sunday, every other year going to the Super Bowl, maybe winning it here or there. That's a big, big deal for an organization and a fan base. To make those miscalculations, you have to pay for those. They are paying for those right now with another reboot in 2022. And this is going to be a painful reboot for all of us. All of us observers of the Chicago Bears are going to have a hard time with 2022 because it's the early stages of a massive rebuild with just tedium everywhere, right? The roster building has tedium in it. Ryan Poles is not getting out over his skis and making high-profile acquisitions just to try to convince people that they're closer to contending than they actually are. And so there's just going to be so many bumps in the road in a season that's probably destined for 6 wins, maybe 7 tops. And now it becomes all about Justin Fields. But to your initial question, it's just a miscalculation that Ryan Pace made in those two guys and the union between those two guys that ultimately leaves us where we are right now.
The Ted and George believing in Pace? Was it Pace believing in Nagy? Or was it Trubisky?
So if you want the deep dive answer to this question,
yes, I do.
It is George and Ted not understanding what they don't know about the sport of football in making massive decisions that create these things that we talked about.
Yes.
I think the leap of faith in Ryan Pace was not a leap of faith that was wrong necessarily, but they also hired a first-time GM in his late 30s without a lot of experience and was within one organization for his entire career, and they did not put together a developmental plan for that GM to get better. And so they said, we're going to let him grow through his mistakes, but they didn't know how to identify his mistakes. They didn't know how to help him correct his mistakes. They didn't know in 2017 when the Bears were embarking on this massive journey to draft a franchise quarterback with a top 3 draft pick, which, as you know, don't come around very often, that maybe you want to have a comprehensive plan on how to do that. Maybe you want to talk to the Davey O'Brien Award winner from college who just won the national championship at Clemson and have him into your building for a visit just to see if maybe something clicks and the buzz got you. Maybe you want to make sure that the entire coaching staff understands that you're going to go draft a quarterback in the top 5, and they're going to have a massive amount of input, a massive amount of pushback in those conversations. They didn't do that. The ownership, the guidance from above Ryan and Ted didn't understand how to help him through that process.
Right.
They step in a giant hole, and again, we're still suffering the effects of that hole because they're still trying to climb out of it. They're still trying to figure out. Now you're trying to figure out if Justin is the answer, right? And that's another miscalculation that this front office and ownership group made in allowing a regime that they didn't trust enough to say that you're going to be our leadership group in 2022 to pick the next guy, right? And then to basically in large extent waste his rookie season learning a system that didn't work for him, that has no application to his second, third, fourth year beyond here. And so now Justin, even this week, says, look, like I had to hit the reset button, and it's unfortunate. And he's not the first quarterback to do it, but it's unfortunate that his developmental plan is now kind of, chutes and ladders, right? To use the old childhood game expression. He's down the chute and he's back, 20 steps below where he preferably would have been going into his second year.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Here we go.
I was trading up.
100.
Yes! What? Here it is! After just recording.
The tape never lies.
Other people drop off, but we still keep.
You'll never know how good your football team's going to be until you play with maximum effort.
Keeping it 100.
Open competition. Take over the North and never give it back.
Smartest man.
My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Guess who's back? The two dudes that kept it real. Dynamic duo that you love, the smartest man and Dr. Phil. Breaking down the film, never a problem, kick it straight. Most shows focus on stats, we focus on the tape. We keeping it 100, never running east to west. We coming with that truth, cause that's what our fans expect. Cut off the freaking anchor, forward to be free. But don't you worry, Shayne's got the dumbest tweets. It ain't no secret, Phil and Shayne got some haters, but now they're all stuck like the Jew and now and later. Debaters, frauds get kicked like Coach Tabor. Cuts had to be made, we added the barber moderator. Up and down, boys got you double checking. Sad sacks scrolling like a fool drunk texting. Flexing on the truth cause you know they'll never change. Real, recognize real, that's what you get with Phil and Shayne. We do when we break it down the Bears. Fuck a play or a captain, all of the unchair. The tape never lies. The truth, you see, we laugh, we analyze, so there's no babies like Maybelline. Straight to the truth with acumen and facts. We got a sad nerd, but he's not just giving nerd stats. Hard crash, big impact like Trick Sack. Every Wednesday night you got the smartest man and Phil back. Now we know you're smiling like a fat kid with fun dip. We're back better than ever and we keeping it 100.
Keep it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Justin Fields gets outside the pocket, puts that ball perfectly where only Mooney can get it.
1 point.
2 feet.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100. 100.
Tape never lies.
Yeah, exactly.
Collaborate this. The Tape Never Lies network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
Give me some fucking names.
Draft day, round one. The pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one. The pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
The tape never lies. Realize potential ain't the way to go. Always draft football guys. The game is one up front. Rebuild the lines. We trading up for a QB. Throwing down the best analysis out there, and there's no debating. Nerves on edge. Collab crew collaborating. Simple. Take the guy that takes his freaking head off. TTNL with the coverage. Bryan Perez got his get off.
The blog boys ride the nuts and study the swag. Flag route or the drag, we get to the bag. Left tackle or the slot, show me what you got. We need a guard and a cornerback with draft stock. Cream of the crop, last season was a flop. Protect Justin Fields in a 3-step drop. In the pocket, hits keep him ready for the sport. Eberflus told him get your track shoes if you want to run the north. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
Don't be bullshitting anybody. I'm telling you right now, you can't. Because it's going to show right up in that film, boy. Tape never lies.
Made that catch. It was big old hand.
I hope that there's hope. Okay.
Yo, this is Claudio the Barber, and this is TTNL's Keepin' It 100, the best Bears show on the planet, bar none. We got a lot to talk about tonight. We got trade rumors, we got haters, but of course,
I can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but you know.
There he is, Jackal. So who better to bring on Draft Eve but the writer and analyst from Draft Network, Bryan Perez. He's coming on. So let's bring on the guys you all know and love. Some of you love to hate. Shayne, the smartest man, Marsaw.
Yo.
And Draft. Dr.
Yo.
Phil. What?
Yo.
Did I hit it or what? No.
You were late.
Little late.
You were late.
Where's why are we so compressed?
I don't
know.
Oh, it's because the wrong.
Yeah,
the wrong. There we go.
There you go. Bad.
The first
man.
You're a bad man.
Claudio starts talking and all hell.
It all gets fucked up.
Oh,
No, listen.
This is Claudio the Barber. Yo, this is Claudio the Barber. Yo, this is Claudio the Barber.
Where's fucking Killer Mike? Listen, that new song is another awesome track, bro.
This is what we do
Kennedy
here.
Killed it, man. Killed it.
Cool Kennedy,
Yeah.
who, by the way, will be joining us tonight after the interview for a few before the psychic known as Lord Hans.
Yeah, we have him. He's currently traveling from down south. Views down there 50% off, Claudio. So we sent him down south to buy some views from TTNL. Yeah.
There was some at an auction. I was going to buy some, but
he's going to clean up some dog shit along the way. Anyways.
It's going to be a fun night.
How much is a view? I'm getting solar on my house. So, like, solar is charged by the kilowatt. So it's like a certain amount of cents per kilowatt. And then there's this equation that they came up with. So I want to know how much a view costs. So if we just could add more views.
Yeah. You'd think if you're accusing other people of buying views that you'd buy some for your own show so you could bust out of the fucking teens. You know what I mean? Jeez.
Listen, I love our fans. They're
the best.
I just hate haters. Like, go fuck your dog shit ass up if you're gonna fucking hate. Scoop a poop and get the step in, because I got no time for that kind of bullshit. All of the negative people, I'll go on a fucking rant that you've never seen. I can't even wait for BHL. But there's one thing I hate is somebody that talks bullshit behind your back, kisses your ass in your face, and then is just that kind of person. It's just that kind of fucking fraud. So I do everything for this network, my blood, sweat, and tears. And I can tell you right now, every fan that's loyal, that's fucking tailgating, that's jumping in the chat, that's even debating Shayne or me, has a place in my fucking heart and family. This network is the pride and joy of everything that we, do. So there'll never be a day that I'll ask anybody to watch my show for a price. Either you do it. Yes! That's it. I'm so tired of these.
Don't forget to sign up for our Patreon, $7 a month. But
Yeah, so that's when we'll ask for a price. That's the only time. Only time. No.
Well, we gotta.
This show is always free.
We gotta step up our game. We got a packed show. We got
a packed show.
Bryan Perez at 9 p.m. of the Draft Network to break
Bryan
it all down with
Perez.
us. We got a little TTNL breaking news.
You got that drop, Jackal? You ain't doing shit tonight. Last night he stepped up.
He did.
Say it again.
Breaking news. The tape never lies. Network breaking news.
Listen, at TTNL, we got a bunch of news tonight. Obviously, the draft is Grown Man Christmas, as Shayne and I coined it many a year ago when dial-up began, because we live and die for the draft. And then the show was born.
Rashawn Salaam was the pick that year. 1995.
Actually. 1995. The number. Sound of the funky drummer. Oh, whoever knows that lyric. Someone's going to know that lyric. But anyway, we're building this network to be the best it possibly can be. Tonight we're announcing 2 additions to the network and one later on in the show. But tonight, real quick, Shayne, real quick, let's bring in our newest addition to the production team and some more, Shayne. But let's bring,
ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Alan Bratcher.
We got
What's up, guys? Oh,
yeah.
So, just so you know, by the way, Phil, YouTubeMarket.net says 8,000 views, $28.
$28.
There you go.
What are we waiting
That's
for,
pretty
Jackal?
fucking cheap, man.
Why aren't we doing it? No, I'll never stoop to that level. I'm moving. I'm excited about you joining the network with us, joining our production team. You're bringing a lot to the table on this social media end. I've known you forever and a day, it seems. But actually, the first time I actually heard of you, it was Alex Acevedo.
Yep.
Who
the scout, Alex the scout.
Alex the scout. Alex said, yo, this dude was talking about you. And I was like, who was talking? And he clipped it, and you were talking about this network, me, and how we inspired you. You want to start there?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, my road here has been crazy. I'll say that first and foremost. Guys, thank you for having me in here. You guys have done nothing but roll out the red carpet for me. I appreciate it. You guys are the best. I started this whole thing back when it was COVID time. I wasn't working at the time, and I happened to run across this show where these 2 guys were just fucking savages saying whatever the hell they wanted to say. And I'm like, man, these are just regular dudes, just like me. Why the hell not? I started a Bears Facebook group. A lot of you know it. Bears fans with a brain. We got 11.5 thousand followers just in like a year, just a little over a year, just by doing the same kind of stuff, just trying really hard that we We want to have really good debates. We want to make sure that, we're unfiltered, but at the same time, we're respectful to each other, man. And
Right.
I started all that from you guys watching you. You guys inspired me not only to do that, but then to jump on networks and start podcasting as well. And it's been fun. I have to say, I actually had a memory pop up that 364 days ago today, so almost 1 year ago, was the first day I was on a podcast. I had to debate some guys that you might not like a little too much. One of them's well, I don't need to go into that because no.
I don't like
we don't need to do all that tonight. But yeah, it's been great. I'm happy to be here, man, and let's get to fucking work.
Well, we're happy to have you here. Obviously, we have a cast of character right below me. Ron G, one of our graphic and producers, one of my really good friends. I've met so many people from this network, and there's so many stories that I could tell, but it's such a jam-packed night. But you could see the cast of characters on this show, and there's many behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Alex Acevedo, Ron G, Cool Kennedy, who's coming up tonight, the music, and Caden Whitlow doing opens, editing. We're trying to be what we've always been, the originators. Everyone can copy, but you can't duplicate what's great. And that's really what people know. And that's why fans, and I can't thank the fans enough, gravitate to this, whether they hate on this or they love it. I'm all in for it. That's what I live for. And tonight, we're excited to have you join the team. And listen, this is the busiest time of the year for Shayne and myself. I just happen to have a wife that decided to pick up and move. So it's even worse.
Wait, you should be a little more. She didn't pick up and leave him. They both moved to a new house.
Yeah,
right.
I'm living in boxes. That's why I don't have a studio right now. Although I will say,
love that flag, by the way.
Yeah, I just put it up. It's hanging by a cat fucking thing. It looks great. But yeah, I will say this though about I saw this quote today. They were using Will Smith and Johnny Depp. And it looked in the perspective was if you have a really great wife, you don't have to be in that situation. So I shout out to my wife because every house, the first thing she sold me on, look, this is where your studio could be.
Right downstairs, away from everybody.
That's a good place.
Just like mine is, yeah.
No, she hooked me up here.
Soundproof that sheetrock.
Oh,
that's what mine said.
The soundproofing sheetrock is coming. Yeah, that's what she said. But Alan, we love you and are excited about the teamwork. Only thing I could say is that TTNL is family. Everybody's learning. Jackal's learning. Claudio hasn't done shit, but he's still learning. You got all of our team together, really trying to create an original show and all of our shows. And we got big announcements later tonight. But listen, speaking of teams, I used to work with this guy, this next guest that we have. And that's where's my fucking hat? Where's my wife? I got my fucking hat on right now so he can fire me again.
Got him smiling in the green room on that one.
Oh, man. We'll talk about that and everything else. Chicago Bears in the NFL draft. But in all seriousness, thank you for reaching out to us and really putting your foot forward. That meant a lot to Shayne and I. When you take initiative and you really want to be a part of something, and I put you to the test and you stepped it up, man. So
appreciate it.
Now we're going to push you into the background.
Yeah, bro. Enough with the fucking pleasantries. This is the part where you shut the fuck up and get to work. So,
later.
Fuck out of here.
Alan Bratcher, TTNL.
Bratcher.
Did I say Bratcher?
AB. You want to just call me AB?
Phil butchering the name.
Call me AB.
That's
much easier.
Bratcher. You guys will. Some of the fans are gonna be like, I don't really like this new. I can hear it over
the top of your fucking class.
Okay. All right. Our next guest, though. Let's put Alan in the back, Shayne.
Yes.
There you go. Jackal would normally, a good producer, put
Now
it
we
in
get down
two
to
boxes.
Now we get down to the good stuff, man. Our grown man Christmas is Bears fans got to wait a little bit longer because there's not going to be any trade up. But let's get this rolling, man. I'm excited.
Listen, this guy, I've known him for a long time. I'll let him tell the story of how long he's known me. But one of the good guys out there, I could say the first time I was ever impressed with anybody articulating thoughts on football in a legal format. I'm just a straight shooter. And this guy wanted me to write. He believed that I could type and write and edit. Not my thing, but he did believe in me. I believe in him. Let's bring him out the TTNL way. He's Bryan Perez.
As us Bears fans sit back and get ready for Christmas night on Friday.
What was next?
Why not invite a guy on that has a long list of presents we should and shouldn't be asking for? Nah, we're not gonna hold that OJ Howard love against him, though.
No.
Bears fans, let's kick off our 4th straight night of TTNL Network 2022 NFL Draft coverage the right way. Get out your seats and send in your draft cards for the Draft Network's Bryan Perez.
There he is.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Bryan, what is up, man?
Phil, it's been way too long, man. It's been way too long since the last time we had a chance to talk some football. And Shayne, we've interacted quite a bit on Twitter through the years, so it's great to finally talk some ball with you too, man.
Oh, looking forward to it, man. This is Phil and I talked about this a long time ago. The older we get, the busier we get, and kids, and you sit with them, through Christmas and look at the sheer joy and excitement on their faces. And this is the grown man Christmas.
No doubt, man. No doubt.
The night we're in bed and we roll over and say, is it time to get up yet? I gotta get into this draft coverage and get shit rolling, but we gotta wait an extra day. But that's fine. I think they're going about their business the right way, and I couldn't be more excited.
And I said this on Twitter the other day. The reason why we're waiting another day is really good. It's because we got Justin Fields. So the 2022 NFL Draft is still being very kind to Bears fans because it produced Justin Fields.
Oh, thank God we got our quarterback last year. It's all I'm going to say.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, in those moments where, you look at what Pace did in your perspective, everybody has their globe, so to speak, of looking back. But speak on that and how important it is that, for better or for worse, he did get what we believe is a future franchise quarterback. And if you look at this year's draft, clearly he would be taken first overall, in my opinion. Where are you standing with that?
No, that's no doubt about it. I mean, Justin Fields would be the easy pick. We'd be talking about, assuming the Jaguars didn't have Trevor Lawrence and didn't have the first pick, we'd all be talking about who's the second pick in the draft. It would be like a traditional draft year when we normally have the first, second, maybe even third pick already settled. I mean, the 7th pick overall, which is what the Bears essentially gave the Giants, no chance it's going to produce a player who has nearly the potential impact that Justin Fields already is having in Chicago, just in terms of changing the culture and energizing the fan base. And when we talk about Ryan Pace, the biggest problem I have with Ryan Pace, and this is actually not a bad trait to have in a person, but it was loyalty. He was very loyal to his evaluations to a fault. Mm-hmm. He didn't know when to admit he made a mistake, and I think it ultimately ended up costing him a job, because you even see it in Atlanta where he's at now. He's still bringing guys like Jermaine Ifedi there. He just can't let go of players who he had a high grade on, and I think ultimately through the years it started watering down the roster, creating more holes than there should have been. If he just knew when to move on from guys a little sooner, for example, Mitch Trubisky, maybe we wouldn't be in a situation where now the new GM, Ryan Poles, is this a rebuild? Is he tearing it down to build it back up? That's up for debate, but, it puts Ryan Poles in a tough spot. He has his quarterback. There's a couple of other cornerstone players on the team, but what we're looking at with the 2022 Bears is a direct reflection of Ryan Pace's mismanagement since 2015.
Yeah, Brian, I think it's important. I just want to hear your take. I know fans, hey, we always say fan is short for fanatic, and we all get intoxicated by the big names and the big deals, sitting up getting excited about free agency. But we all know here that that's, you're paying premium prices for C+ and B- level talent. And that's another thing that kills your franchise. You can't build through free agency. Overall, you have to make those premium picks count in the NFL. But just speak on Ryan Poles and the Matt Eberflus era and their approach to this free agency. I know a lot of the Bears beat writers have been, trying to hold Ryan Poles' feet to the fire and saying that he's stumbling out of the blocks and he's, really not handling this the right way. And I agree with the approach. I think, myself, I think I'm glad he didn't dive in feet first into free agency and just start spending every bit of money that they have. He's trying to do this the right way, and you have to be very judicious in free agency. And sometimes that's hard when you're rebuilding a team. But what are your thoughts on it?
The Christian Kirk signing, Shane?
Oh, jeez.
I agree with you, Shane. I think one of the early signs we're seeing from Ryan Poles that I feel like the last regime lacked is an actual plan and sticking to the plan, right? I think it's very easy to, see the shiny new car drive by and say, I want to buy that. But if it's not in your budget or it's just not, it doesn't fit your lifestyle at that point in time, you have to have a lot of self-control and not, spend frivolously for things that won't provide long-term gains. And that's something that Poles has spoken of many, many times since taking the job in terms of building long-term sustainable success. And what he said yesterday was you do that through the draft. You build draft picks, homegrown talent. You get those guys for 4 and 5 years on rookie contracts. You stack good draft class after good draft class after good draft class. If you do that 3 years in a row, maybe you got 12, 13 really good players on your team that are starters, maybe even more if you hit at a very high level, all on cheap contracts. And then at that point, go out and buy the cherry on top. Go out and buy the Mercedes, because that's what the roster might be missing. The Bears are nowhere near that at this point. So signing a Byron Pringle, a guy like David Moore, who honestly, I like David Moore a lot. I think he's a really sleeper, underrated signing by Ryan Poles. We've seen guys like Raheem Mostert have to bounce around 4 or 5 different teams, and then they finally click. David Moore could be maybe not on that level, but he's going to contribute in 2022. And you look at the contract he got compared to a guy like Christian Kirk. I mean, I'm not convinced that if the Bears sign Christian Kirk and you take a guy like David Moore, if David Moore starts every game for the Bears, he could end the year just as productive as what Christian Kirk would have. And look at the difference in spending. So I think what Ryan Poles is doing is he has a plan, he's sticking to it, and that's a breath of fresh air. Because if we know what happened with Matt Nagy week after week, it seemed like he was calling plays like my 10-year-old son does on Madden, just mashing buttons, seeing what works, no plan at all. And it seems like this regime is a little bit different, a little more structured.
That's where I was going to ask you. It's kind of 2 parts, because I think one steps with the other. If you have a good head coach and a good GM, well, the GM chose that coach. So there's another miss. Mike Glennon, all of these stories, Leno extension, all of these things I saw. I didn't see football players. I saw high ceiling swings at the fences when it came to draft. Kevin White, Leonard Floyd.
Phil, you and I were working together when they picked Leonard Floyd. And you and I, now look, Leonard Floyd has turned it around with the Rams. I guess you could say he's turned it around. I'm still not even sold that he is what the stats say he is out there. But we said it draft night. Like, we knew on draft night that was going to be a miss. And we're not sitting in the big chair in Hallis Hall calling the shots and doling out multi-million-dollar contracts. The Kevin White pick, I got to say I was happy with that. But that was a learning experience for myself as a talent evaluator, especially guys from West Virginia. Tavon Austin before Kevin White. Those guys don't know how to run routes coming out of that program. And Kevin White, the one-year wonder, older senior. There's some learning experiences. But the thing is, that was Ryan Pace's first-round pick. So he should have learned a lot from that. And it seems like he kept repeating, with the exception of Roquan Smith, to be honest, he kept repeating the same mistakes over and over in the draft.
Truly did. And then obviously with Nagy, there as well. I'm sorry, Shayne. I want to set up this question now. That's the only reason why I'm cutting Shayne off. For me, Robert Quinn being traded is asinine. And the reason is when you're trying to build a culture and you have something in your wheelhouse that is elite, and that's a pass rusher that broke a 100-year sack record and did it on a shitty team without Khalil Mack on the other side, with a terrible head coach, I don't see getting a lottery ticket to find another one as building a championship culture and building a foundation of football truth. Are you with me there? Or are you with Shayne and Jackal and all of these other fucking guys? Are you going to take a 30-second pick? You're going to pass that up? Yes. Yes, I am. Because it's
preface it by
lottery ticket.
Preface it by this, Brian. Phil said he would not trade Robert Quinn for a first-round draft pick.
You gave me,
Phil, I'm the ultimate politician and things like this, right?
Yes,
so I'm going to play the ultimate politician here too. I think you're both
Give
right.
me one of these.
I think you're both right.
There you go.
I think if there's a trade offer that's too good to refuse, if it's a first round pick for Robert Quinn, and we know Ryan Poles can talk about like the fixer upper and actually, Phil, it reminded me of one of the first posts you ever wrote for Bears Wire. You actually used that exact same talking point to explain like how to rebuild a team. So I thought of you immediately when Poles said that. But a first round pick for Robert Quinn, I think you got to take that. But if you're talking about a day 2 pick, and let's be honest, if Khalil Mack only pulled the number 48 pick overall, we're talking about probably offers in the 4th round for Robert Quinn from other teams. That's just what it's going to be. And I agree with you, Phil, on that end of the spectrum. If they're getting a late day 2, early day 3 pick as an offer for Quinn, I think Quinn has more value as a leader and a guy who can establish culture that a rookie that you take at pick 95 or 101, some of those guys don't even make it to a second contract, don't even make it to a second year. Even if Robert Quinn regresses and has 5.5 sacks this year, it is what it is, right? I mean, Robert Quinn kind of bounces up and down. It's probably where we're going to see him finish. I'd like to see him just be a mentor for Travis Gibson, be a mentor for, if they bring in a 2nd-round edge rusher, be that guy, the veteran who holds the Bears sack record. That means something. You got a rookie edge rusher. I don't care if it's a 2nd-round pick or an undrafted free agent, and he's practicing with the guy that he knows owns the Bears single-season sack record. He's going to listen to every single coaching point, teaching point that guy has to offer. And the value in rebuilding a team by having kind of that leader / coach in the locker room, you need those guys. You can't rebuild a team with a bunch of 2nd and 3rd year players. Your quarterback is young, a 2nd-year guy. Your number 1 wide receiver at this point is going into his 3rd season. The other guys on the depth chart at wide receiver are a bunch of kind of prove-it guys. David Montgomery is probably one of those leaders. You got to bring a lineman from Green Bay in to be somewhat of a leader on the offensive line. At some point, there has to be the alpha in the locker room, and you're not going to get that with a 3rd or 4th round pick. So I think Quinn, it would be, an exercise of diminishing returns if you don't get a first for him, which they're not going to get. It's probably better to keep him in-house. At some point, Ryan Poles has to make the guys that are in the locker room feel like they're playing for something in 2022. And if you give Robert Quinn away for pennies on the dollar, everybody in that locker room is going to know, hey, look, this is not about me this year. This is about where the Bears will be in 2024 or 2025. And I think that is where you start losing guys.
I think the ultimate play here, and not to get away from the draft, but in terms of Robert Quinn, my stance is I don't want to give him away, but I'm certainly listening to every team that calls me with an offer, because I think you have to do your due diligence there. But Phil has brought this up too. You see how the season goes. You are gambling, because if he gets injured, then all value is lost. But you saw how guys get traded in season. You see how he is. And if he's showing some signs of regression, maybe you're willing to take a little bit less to cash in finally, on him. But I think probably the ultimate move with Robert Quinn is just to see how he does early on in the season. And then a contender comes knocking on your door that says, hey, we feel like we're a pass rusher away.
And let's be honest, right? I mean, if you're gonna give up one of these guys, keep Khalil Mack and trade Robert Quinn. I know it pulled the number 48 pick, but like there's literally no chance that the player they draft at 39 or 48, I mean, it would have to be the best pick in the draft, bar none, number 1 through the end of the draft, if a second round guy turns out to have a career like Khalil Mack. So if you are going to make these wholesale changes and you're going to deal one of your 2 edge rushers, and maybe Robert Quinn has a little bit of momentum in terms of trade value because of the year he had in 2021, is it better to take a 4th rounder for Quinn or a 2nd rounder for Mack? I mean, it's up for debate, but if you're going to deal both of them, I mean, just 2 years ago, we were talking about this.
Wasn't it more about salary and draft for Poles getting that out of it? Because that's what
he was clearing the deck financially, and I don't think it's been talked enough. I think that there is some concern about his foot. I mean, they kind of alluded to that with that foot injury. Yeah, with Mack.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no doubt Mack isn't the same guy he was even just a couple of years ago. So you talk about getting ahead of the ultimate regression to where you're stuck with Mack another year. Maybe you're pulling just a midday 3 pick. So yeah, there's in terms of Poles' plan, getting a top 50 pick for Mack probably was, threading the needle for what he wanted to do. And Phil, like you said, obviously there's money too. I mean, if a guy's getting paid like one of the top defenders in the NFL, but he doesn't play like it anymore, I get that business side of it. But to go into a locker room and say Quinn and Mack were here last year and now neither one of them are, that's a tough sell for some of these young guys.
Exactly. I think that sends the wrong cultural message as a coach. How many coaches do I have to call out for being shoe salesmen here? We're the fucking Bears, the charter franchise. We have Mark Trestman over Bruce Arians. We got Matt Nagy. I was the first fucking dude to call this fuck out watching the complete showcase of lack of discipline, hustle, everything you're hearing Eberflus and them say. I was watching Nagy's negligence right out there. The negativity, as we Barelissimo or whoever the fuck call first. I don't give a shit. What reality is, I'm tired of that. I'm just saying to the fans, Eberflus is speaking Atoshan language. Everything he's saying and putting out there has been different from what we've seen. And if these beat writers are going to say, this ain't going to work, you know what isn't going to work? If you trade a Robert Quinn out of town and all of a sudden you're trying to build a culture. Yeah, you could scare these young guys and trying to get them to play, but you're going to lose, and losing becomes a disease. And I think they have the right guy, head coach, but I just don't see how you sell your team in getting rid of a Robert Quinn who has been nothing but a pleasure to watch. Even in that first season, he dominated while being hurt. He had a lot of quarterback pressures. You remember Greg Blash talking about those pressures are just as good as sacks. We just had a shitty head coach and a scheme. I mean, how big was Fangio for Matt Nagy? I mean, we see it as football guys. Sometimes I try to just show it with the tape because that's where it doesn't lie, Brian. But how are you with Eberflus so far? Are you with me there?
Man, listen, just circling back to Matt Nagy for a minute. I knew the Bears were doomed when he showed up for the first game of his second season dressed like George Halas. I knew that was a guy who was so out of touch and lacked any kind of self-awareness for him to suggest, I think it was I don't even remember why.
Didn't he run the T formation that day?
I mean, I just, I don't understand how you can lack that kind of connection with the history of a franchise and a fan base and be that arrogant in the start of your second season to suggest that, you can don that look. That was way too soon in his tenure. Yes, they had that great first year. Yes, he was the reigning coach of the year. But like you said, Phil, I think if you really paid attention, everybody knew it was kind of done with smoke and mirrors. You can't keep pulling trick plays out of your bag and hope it works every week. And, when he showed up like that, I was like, oh boy, this is not going to end well for the Bears. And you see a difference, man. You see a difference. You know a football guy when you hear a football guy talk. A lot of the clips they showed of Eberflus with the Colts in practice, the way he talks to players, his energy, his enthusiasm for the little things, because the little things stack up to become big things. And he focuses on those little things, that hustle. It feels like we're going back in time to when you had Lance Briggs and Brian Urlacher and Charles Tillman, and we had Mike Brown. And back in the day, these guys went after the ball like, it was a Brinks truck that opened up and there was money all over the place. They flew. And I feel like we're going to get back to that finally in Chicago, because that's even for fans, right? We talk about culture in the locker room. But part of the reason why you see this, fractured fan base on Twitter sometimes is because, it's been a while since fans have seen a brand of football that you can all bond around, that crystallizes the fan base in with one mind and one goal. Right. And I think hustle, just seeing the Bears hustle on defense on every play is going to make fans respect the team so much more.
I agree with that part. I just
100%.
I want to. You talked about going into the past. So I want to get out of the past. I'm done talking about Matt Nagy. We're gonna look ahead here to this draft, Brian, and I'm gonna be very interested here on Friday night. After round 1 is over, part of me is a little bit nervous to see Bears Twitter melt down, because everything is about offensive line, everything is about wide receiver, and I still think 100% possibly a 3-tech is in play, a corner is in play. And are you prepared for the full-blown social media meltdown if the Bears go defense with one of these picks? Because I don't think it's completely off the table.
It's tough, right? You got a defensive-minded head coach, and you have a defense with obvious holes that you need to upgrade. So all signs point toward, within the range of outcomes, that the Bears go at 39 and 48, and neither pick is an offensive player. If that happens, though, I might be one of the guys on Twitter lighting the match and melting it down. Because
I'll be shocked if they're both defense. But I think one of them can play.
I don't think Poles can go into 2022 with this receiver depth chart. He just can't.
Oh, no.
And what he said during his press conference yesterday was really important. And I think you always have to look for these little breadcrumbs this time of year to try to just find clues about draft strategy wherever you can. And he talked about how crazy the contract, he just little nugget. He said how crazy wide receiver contracts are right now.
Yeah.
So the only way to control your costs at wide receiver is to draft them, right? That's the only way. If he thinks these contracts are crazy, they're going to be crazier in 2023's offseason. So if you want to control your costs at that position and give Justin Fields a new guy or two, you have to do it in the second round, because the drop-off between, let's say, wide receiver 10 or 11 and wide receiver 14 or 15, which is what it would take if they come back around the turn at number 71 for a wide receiver, the drop-off is, you're plucking from guys like Riley Ridley of the world, where, all right, decent guy with upside, but they're a real flip of the coin. I mean, every draft pick is a flip of the coin, as we know, but there are some really, really intriguing, good wide receivers that are going to be on the board at 39 and 48. It would be an absolute 1,000% shock to me if they don't come out with at least one. I could see them going defense over the offensive line, because Poles left a little breadcrumb again. This could be smoke, but he left a breadcrumb mentioning offensive line is one of the deeper positions in the draft. And at 71, if you go through a lot of these mock draft exercises, a guy like LSU's Ed Ingram keeps coming up as a third-round guy. If Ed Ingram was drafted by the Bears, he'd be their best right guard going into training camp. Absolute plug-and-play starter for this roster, this depth chart. He's not an elite talent. He might be a average to above-average starter in the NFL, but the Bears don't have that right now. Whereas if you take that wide receiver player, if you take that wide receiver at 71, can you say that about that guy? I mean, if you end up in the second round with George Pickens or even a Sky Moore or maybe Treylon Burks falls, I wouldn't be surprised if he slides a little
God,
bit.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, that
will hear me again screaming. Thank God we're in heaven.
I think NFL front offices are going to like him a lot more than draft media. I think the 4.55 40 is being overblown. Put on the Alabama
Treylon
game.
Burks is my number 2 receiver in this entire draft behind Olave. And over
are you
Drake
in my
London.
Google Drive, man, looking at my draft rankings? Because Olave is head and shoulders my wide receiver 1 as well.
I thought you had Williams number 1.
Nope.
Oh, I do. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Williams only gets knocked down. He is the best receiver in this draft, Williams. But because of the risk.
Now we disagree because it's Olave.
Okay. But Olave's there now because of the injury. If I'm ranking them on our board and I'm putting guys, I'm not waiting for somebody to get healthy. So Olave goes number 1. But if Jameson Williams falls to 39, you have to fucking sprint to get that.
Yeah, you know what? If you went back about a month and a half ago, I was one of the guys saying no chance NFL teams are going to take him in the first round because you tear your ACL in January. That's a top of the second round guy. But now you look at Twitter and what he's doing already with his knee. He's going to be back in October. So he's going top 15. Locked.
Oh yeah,
really? You're locking that in?
Yeah. Lock it in.
Locking it in.
Locked it in.
I'm totally
Treylon Burks though is my favorite.
Burks is the perfect target for the Bears for a few reasons. Number 1, he has the kind of physical traits, size, length, mass that nobody on the roster has right now. But what makes him so unique is he's not just like a one position player. You can line him up anywhere on the field.
Debo Samuel. He's his
like,
little brother.
He's like Debo on a discount, right? He's not exactly Debo, but he's Debo on a discount. You get him, you could line him up anywhere on the field and he'll make a play. And that's what the Bears need. They just need a playmaker at wide receiver. And if he falls to 39, I think NFL teams are smarter than that. I don't think he will, but the whole point of this is they're going to get somebody. If they use a second round asset on it, I'm pulling up the wide receiver list here. They're going to get somebody. I mean, Sky Moore, he's flying under the radar.
I don't give a fuck. You either are taking a 3-tech because they did Larry Ogunjobi. That was their big signing. So they've shown their hand because that's the priority piece of free agency. You miss and you do the smart thing. A lot of whatever criticized polls, but Shayne and everybody on this network made the point. Well, do you want to go down Jerry Angelo Lane and sign these guys and draft these
the
guys
wrong
with
move
injuries?
was to say fuck it.
Let's cover our faces. Let's save our face and continue with this. And now the dude's hurt. And then all those same fucks are out there criticizing polls. Why did you sign? You can't have it both ways. To me, that was a showcase of intellect, football intelligence, saying this sucks, but we can't do it because our doctors said no.
Poles needs to break this little string of bad luck he's having, right?
Yeah.
Bad luck can sometimes be misinterpreted as bad decisions. Right, exactly. And, he tried to sign Ryan Bates. He didn't make a strong enough offer to get him. The Bills match, no one thought that was going to happen. Everyone thought Ryan Bates was going to be that plug-and-play starting guard for the Bears. Lo and behold, the Bills match. The whole Ogunjobi issue, failing a physical. Byron Pringle, who is literally the guy who they're hanging their big wide receiver acquisition hat on.
Right.
Poor decision by Pringle. Poles is not responsible for the decisions made by other adult men. That's not his fault, right? It's not his fault that he couldn't see through Ogunjobi until an X-ray or MRI was done. That's not his fault. But there is a little stretch of bad luck here that I think he just needs that. He needs to turn the wheel a little bit, and he needs to. It's not his. Again, bad luck can be misconstrued sometimes as bad process and bad decision making. It's really not. It's just as simple as it's bad luck. But one stroke of bad luck, you get to 2. Maybe it's a pattern. You get to 3. Now maybe you start questioning process. If he comes out of the draft and we're all scratching our heads at what the heck did he do with this draft class, it's going to make the Ogunjobi issue, the Byron Pringle arrest, not signing Ryan Bates to a contract that the Bills absolutely wouldn't match. It's going to bring those talking points back to life, and it's going to be a really hard summer to deal with, the Bears beat and some fans on Twitter.
The Bears bitch slapped us in the face with that whole keeping Nagy pace collaboration, and they were able to do what you said by getting Justin Fields. That calmed the waters.
Oh, without a doubt.
If they sat there and picked freaking what's his name, Dylan Reduns at 20. All of a sudden, where the fuck are we going?
Could you imagine the reality of the Bears right now if they didn't get Justin Fields?
No.
I mean, this would be like,
said it many a time. Imagine
it would be like Jaguars of a couple years ago level.
Oh,
like it would be really, and you can't get worse than the Jaguars were with the whole pre-Urban Meyer, during Urban Meyer. We'd be around that range. So, yeah. Pace and Nagy left at least one nice parting gift.
Thank God they did.
Brian, speak on a few of these receivers. I know, a guy that I know Phil and I both like is Alec Pierce. I think it's the guy you talk about, a guy that can, win on the boundary and body some guys up and also win over the top with his speed. Speak on him and maybe a couple other guys at that position.
Listen, Pierce, home run if the Bears get him. One of the best pure athletes at the position in this draft. Former volleyball player. You could tell that. You could see that on tape when he jumps and high points the ball, 40-inch vertical, ran as fast as any receiver in this class, has the physical makeup, 6'3", 213, around that range. I mean, he doesn't didn't stuff the box score with a lot of stats. And some people question, well, you got a guy like Desmond Ridder, who's a potential first-round pick. Why wasn't he more, productive? But again, production lies a lot. You guys talk about the tape never lies, right? What does lie is the box score. That lies all the time. Oh, yeah. And you can't judge a prospect like Pierce based on the numbers. You have to watch how he runs routes, watch how he creates separation, watch how he's open even when he's covered. That's the kind of guy that would, he fits the part. I mean, you look at the Bears wide receiver depth chart right now, you got a slender, undersized Darnell Mooney. You got two 6-footers, 205, 4.45 speed in Pringle and David Moore. You add a guy like Alec Pierce, who's that 6'2", 6'3", 215 guy who can blaze down the field, be a red zone target too. He'd be a great pick. And I think
I would love it.
At 48,
I would love it at 39.
39. I mean, you're right. This is something too Bears fans have to realize, right? Like the difference between a player you get at 39 or a player you get at 48, the same guy. Right?
Exactly.
So this draft, it might be the same player that you get. The player you draft at 12 might be the same player you get at 39.
And I hate.
Right.
I think I've said this many times, Brian. Me and you have talked. I hate. Oh, you can get him later. No, the fuck you can't.
Right.
No, you don't know shit. What's gonna happen behind you? That's why. If you have conviction, and you have really the football people that are there doing it. You got to get these guys. To me, I love Treylon Burks. And if him and Alex Pierce are there at 39, I'm having a hard time picking the one because I'm thinking exactly like you. What Pierce brings to the table is different than Mooney, everyone else, because of that elite athleticism and the size speed. I mean, you talk about a guy running a 4.3, 4.33, whatever the frig he ran, 4.37. That's world-class speed.
We're talking about North Dakota State's Christian Watson as a player who could sneak into the first round. Alec Pierce could sneak into the first round. I mean, he's not getting the kind of love on draft Twitter, in draft media. Even, my guys at the Draft Network, he's coming in as like a third-round guy on that board. I think, I don't contribute to the rankings of the players there. But that's got to move up quite a bit, at least 30 spots, in my opinion, if not higher. And I would not be surprised. You take a team like the Kansas City Chiefs. They're right at the end of the first round, they got 2 picks. You put him with Patrick Mahomes and the combination of skill sets, just run down the field and make a play. I wouldn't be surprised, man. I would not be surprised. But like you said, Shane, I also wouldn't be surprised if Pierce is there at 49. And I also wouldn't be surprised if Pierce is there at 71. This draft is completely bonkers. Exactly. We have no idea what's going to happen.
It's a good year to have these picks there. To Shane's point, talk about that. 12 is just as valuable. Our 39 and 48 are just as valuable. Matt Waldman, our buddy here, huge friend of this network, he was saying the same thing. Like, if you look at the talent in this draft, the Bears are in a great place because there's so much quality depth at positions
the way that
they
Waldman
need.
phrased it, he said he's not so sure he wouldn't rather have a combo of 39 and 48 as compared to like 18, because he said there's no guarantee you're trading down in this. Everybody's like, oh, just trade down. Well, not a lot of people. Everybody wants to trade down in this draft. Everybody.
It's true. And you know, you mentioned how Matt has been on the show, and you know, I've had a lot of great conversations with Matt. I've been down at the Senior Bowl with him many times. And if there's any guy that you got to pay attention to when he speaks, it's Matt. I remember he was one of the big guys banging the table about Nick Chubb over Saquon Barkley the year they were coming out. And he got crushed for that because Saquon Barkley's a brilliant talent. He's gotten banged up with injuries, but he was all about Nick Chubb, and he got crushed. And now we see all these years later, Nick Chubb is one of the top 2 or 3 running backs in the NFL. So when he talks about offensive skill players, it's as good as talking to a general manager. In some
Speaking of general manager, let's listen to this.
But at the same time, I mean, that's why I was hired. That's why our group is doing what we do, is to take what we have and construct the best roster we can and have the best draft we can. I do think, you know, we will be in the business depending on where it is and what it looks like and moving back and trying to create more. So that's just what we've been handed, and we're going to maximize that.
There you go. Right there. Great job producing. Chris Jackal grabbing that polls clip. He's telling you right there. Listen, we probably are going to move back. I see them moving back at 48 because of what we're talking about here.
Either one, I think they're going to see who's there, and they very well could be on the move.
Well, let me throw this curveball at you guys.
Go ahead.
Put your GM hats on. Let's say Chris Olave drops to the last 10 picks of the first round, and you know teams are looking to move back. Are you packaging both picks to move up and get them?
No. Nope. I'm not.
That's a close one.
You're talking 39 and 48 to move up to like 26?
Say something like that, yep.
Yeah. No, not for me. But
I think I would be definitely very hard for me not to, because
I love Olave, but
the connection with Justin Fields is already built in. And I think when you're a young football player and we saw this fucking moron Nagy not understand Jesper Horsted and Justin had a connection and he couldn't build through that. Hopefully this GM would see through some of that minutia. It would be a difficult situation for me not to be involved in. Would I do it? I can't. I'm going to play the politician with you or the Italian mother. Are you going to eat?
Well, look, I mean, it might not even take 39 and 40. It might be 39 and 71 in this year's draft.
Then I'd do that, because then I'd have that second round pick in my pocket, and that would be a guard or 3-tech, whatever I saw. If I knew I had 48 and I'm moving 39 and 71 to get Olave, and I have that built in.
What if it was 48? What if it was 48 and Robert Quinn? You two fuckers would melt down, right?
I would, because I'm giving away a pass rusher. I can't give away that pass.
I think that's the only way we could see something bubble up, is if there's a Chris Olave slide, which I don't think he gets past Philadelphia. But if he slides,
there's always get him.
Do you think they're going to go wide out for the third straight? I mean, obviously they missed. They missed 3 straight years of wideouts. They missed on. Oh Jesus!
Who? The Bears?
No, I was talking about when he was talking about
Eagles.
Philly.
They missed on Rieger.
Yeah, Jalen Rager. He can't catch anything.
Who was the year before? That dude
Whiteside.
They're moving him. Yeah, moving him to tight end.
JJ Arcega-Whiteside. I mean, they got it last year, but man, that's a lot of ammunition to be dropping into the wide receiver position.
Like, who the hell was picking Whiteside? I couldn't believe it when it happened, but I thought he was like a 5th round pick. But anyway, Brian, when you're looking at that need, though, at 3 technique, no one's really talking about it. They're at 39. Obviously, Oprah Winfrey's son, Perry and Winfrey's there. Can you see the kid from Michigan falling? I mean, from Alabama falling? I know he's an elite talent, but is there a way that the Bears get that 3 technique or no? Is there no shot?
You talk about Perrion Winfrey, right? And he's a guy that he would make me think long and hard about going all offense in the second round if he's there. I saw him at the Senior Bowl, and let me tell you something. That dude's different. He's a different dude. And when he was the way he won his one-on-one reps was another level of dominance, right? Whenever you go down to that game, whenever I go down to that game, I'm not as concerned about how many reps does a guy win versus how many he loses, because winning a rep is kind of like in the eye of the beholder, right? I want to see how many dominant reps does a player have against his peer, his opponent, who is supposed to be one of the best seniors in the country. Perrion Winfrey made these guys look foolish. Rep after rep. You knew when he was winning a rep. He was winning with so much dominance, you actually could hear it, right?
Wow.
So he's the kind of guy that, again, I don't think he gets out of the first round. If he's there in the second round, you got to give him a lot of thought. But again, look, you build winning football teams from the inside out. So even though an interior defensive lineman is not going to get a lot of fanfare on Twitter, it's not going to give the people hope who want to see Justin Fields break out as a fantasy football star in 2022. He's the kind of core foundational defensive prospect that if you can land him in the second round, you got an encouraging young edge rusher in Travis Gibson. You got a really good top 5 NFC cornerback in Jalen Johnson. Eddie Jackson was that guy just a couple of years ago. Now you're talking about all 3 levels from the inside, and Roquan Smith, of course, on the second level. You're talking about having a guy at every spot on a defense who you can kind of fill in around. So he would be really, really enticing. In terms of the other guys that could drop there, Travis Jones from UConn is another guy that is talked about as an interior defense. I don't know if he's necessarily that 3-tech, a little bit of bigger.
He's more of a bigger dude.
What about Logan Hall as your 3-tech?
Listen, I like Logan Hall a lot. I studied him a lot for the Senior Bowl, and what I like a lot about him is he's got a diverse skill set, diverse profile. He's big, he's long, he's thick. I mean, you can run him up and down the defensive line. Basically, wherever your need is, he'll fill it. And he's a top-end athlete, too.
So you're telling me that Matt Eberflus may have his DeForest Buckner.
Great comp. Yeah, I like that comp a lot, even from a physical makeup standpoint. I mean, again,
these are things what I'm saying, though, where Bears fans have to realize. I think things like that are 100% in play. I don't think this is just offensive line and wide receiver. If he sees him as a guy like DeForest Buckner, and how is he not in play?
That's a great point. And Ryan Poles, he's an offensive lineman by trade. So he probably would say, hey, look, I can find a guy on day 3 to play at right guard, to play at center, to fill these holes that we have. I know that talent. He talked about it in his presser when he said they talked about analytics versus tape and some of the stuff. And he just said, sometimes it's just like you just know a guy's a good football player. Like, he's just a good football player. So Ryan Poles, being the offensive lineman by trade, having a defensive-minded head coach, he's probably going to want to let his defensive guy have a pick, one of these 2 top picks, go to his head coach. It's just good business to keep that relationship strong. So I could see it. I could see it happening. But I would just be extremely disappointed if they did not add one of these wide receivers with one of those picks. So then it becomes, is it 39 or 48? Doesn't matter. Pick your poison. The other pick, are they going to go Poles offensive line or Eberflus defense? You're going to see a really strong indicator of the dynamic between the 2 of them with that other pick. It's actually a fun side storyline to monitor.
Right.
If Eberflus has his way, he's going to want a defensive player. And if Poles respects that and thinks all things are equal, go to the defense, we'll see.
What if the deal was, listen, we'll get you your 3 technique in free agency so I can get the offense.
Well, that's the thing, right? You can see he did it. He tried.
He tried. So
and look,
now,
Justin Jones is he's a good player.
He was in the wrong defense and philosophy with the Chargers.
Right.
So
well, and they have
being a 3-tech.
Yeah.
Right.
You're going to see a different. That dude, we talked about.
I'm not sleeping on Mario Edwards
together, me and you.
Play there either.
Justin Jones at the Senior Bowl, when he was playing 3 technique, couldn't be blocked. That Senior Bowl year, his philosophy, what he fell into was a defense that he just didn't fit. But let me ask you this: Nakobe Dean, everybody's all over the board with this kid. If he's there at 39, and you're looking at a big deal with, and this is a two-part question, with Roquan, do you find it in you to fill that need because of the importance of the Mike backer in a 4-3 scheme? Is Roquan the will on top of this? And now you find your Mike, or is Morrow?
I think Roquan has proven in his young career so far, from even going back to his days at Georgia and his physical makeup and profile, he's going to be able to play anywhere. And Morrow, if you look at his profile as well, they're not all that different in terms of rangy, speed-based, sideline-to-sideline linebackers who, again, you look at Eberflus's strategy and philosophy, it's all about how fast are you playing, how much intensity are you playing with, how quickly can you get to the ball, and can you dislodge it from your opponent's arms. Morrow and Roquan, wherever you want to put them, they're going to get that job done, and I think they'll be fine. I don't think you have to invest a second-round pick in a linebacker. If one of these guys happens to fall to the third round, Dean won't. These top guys aren't going to. But maybe there's a guy like the kid from Montana, Montana State, I think it is.
Anderson.
Oh, yeah, my God.
That guy, again, you saw him at the Senior Bowl, you see him at the Combine. He could fly. He kind of fits that model of what you would think Eberflus is looking for. I just don't think linebacker is going to rank highly enough on their needs list. Morrow has a chance to earn a big second contract. He's a guy who I think out of sight, out of mind last year with the injury, but he's been a pretty productive guy when he's been healthy. So I think that's and some of the Bears beat writers who were at the voluntary minicamp talked about like how fast he looked on the field. And if that jumps out,
Pierre Louis, remember?
What's that?
Kevin Pierre Louis.
Of course.
We saw this kind of athletic ability next to Roquan, and it was like, wow, they're flying around, and then they take them out.
Yeah.
And it was like, what do we do? Like, you had to, with Nagy and Pace, politics reigned supreme. That's the only reason why I wanted to talk about Nakobe Dean, because that's the kind of player that's, I believe, is an elite talent at linebacker, but they're getting pushed down because of everything else in the draft.
But I think this is a really important conversation to have, and it's worth thinking about, because if you're in year one of a new regime, a lot of times it's just who is the best player on our board. The fans want receiver. Bryan Perez wants receiver. All these crazy lunatics want receiver. But the best player on our board is this linebacker, and he's a guy that we're going to build around with Roquan Smith and settle that position for the next 5 years. Why not? I mean, if you're really in a rebuild, draft the best players available. The Bears, let's be honest, are probably not a playoff contender in 2022, but I always say that with a little asterisk because the Cincinnati Bengals weren't supposed to be either last year. And all it takes is one quarterback to level up the rest of your team. And all these guys are pros for a reason. All these guys are in the NFL for a reason.
The same thing.
They can all make plays, and on any given Sunday, they can be the best player on the field. That's why they're in the league. And all it takes sometimes is the X factor. And usually the X factor is the quarterback. And if Justin Fields levels up the rest of his teammates' level of play, who knows what can happen in 2022. But if we're being realistic, and this team looks like they're still a year or two away under the Ryan Poles plan, best player available will trump all needs. And that's why, Shayne, like you're talking about, who knows, man? If you have that Logan Hall who ranks 19th on their board and he's there at 39, they're drafting Logan Hall. Like, not even going to hesitate. They're going to take it.
I agree.
I like how did you see how he offered up some transparency and how they all use their cell phones to kind of keep it. That was such a great exercise because human nature.
Mock drafts either Greg Gabriel, I remember back when we were at the other place, he's like, mock drafts, nobody. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't you? To me, it's just, why not? Why would you not do it? And I mean, Ryan Poles spoke on that, and they're having other staff members call in with mock trades so they're prepared. And to me, it's
the better prepared you are.
Damn right.
There should be a story about that. Now, I don't know Ryan Poles from a pole or a tree, but I do know that I like what I'm hearing from him in what he's doing to prepare. And to your point and Shayne's, I believe there is a place for mock, and I believe human nature is to go with go with what Phil's saying. Oh, I like Shayne. I'm going to go with him instead of doing what you believe. And if you create a culture where everybody's, nervous, this little device, you've seen it. That's why I don't even fucking fuck with you guys on Twitter. Anybody can say whatever the hell they want there. Little mommy boys, Joey, the blog boys know it all with the stats. They'll say whatever. So it gives kind of a real sense of this is how we see it. And I like that he was like, all of us were oohing and eyeing at the results. You wouldn't have got those results, I believe.
100%, man. The biggest mistakes are usually the product of groupthink. When you get the masses all just, I want my first year scout, who maybe 15 years from now is going to be a general manager, to not feel intimidated because the guy that's been in the building for 20 years has an opinion on a guy, raises his hand about a guy. I want that young guy to put whatever he thinks in his from his process to just his football gut. I want him to put his organic opinion about a player on the board. And if you eliminate that, look, peer pressure exists from when you're in middle school all the way to being in a scouting meeting. So eliminating that and eliminating the groupthink and getting a true organic breakdown of what the Bears scouting department thinks about a specific player creates conversation. Through that conversation, more information might be shared and a better decision is ultimately made. It doesn't always mean it's going to be the right decision, but if the process is on point and correct, you can't blame them for the outcome. Sometimes, again, we come back to bad luck. Kevin White had a stress fracture in his shin before he ever stepped foot on the field. Kevin White didn't have a chance because of injuries. Was his body frail? Who knows? Would he ever have been a good route runner? Probably not. But that was really, really bad luck. So sometimes you got to have the best process with the worst results because of bad luck. But what we can kind of assume here with the Nagy Pace era, the process was flawed, the outcomes were flawed, and it looks like Ryan Poles is obviously changing that in-house.
All right, I got to make Phil's head explode here, Brian. This is his favorite subject. I've spoken on. I know. Khalil
this
Herbert's
is not even
been getting some love here lately, but I want to know what your stance is on. Listen, I love the player. I love the running back. I love everything that he does. I put the probability that the Bears extend or re-sign David Montgomery to any type of a deal other than that's massively team friendly that, I don't think you would ever agree to. What are your thoughts on the, David Montgomery being a Chicago Bear in 2023 and beyond?
I'd put it at less than 25%. And it's not because I don't think David Montgomery has a chance to be like the next Matt Forte in terms of not style or statistics, but just presence in the offense and just that stabilizing presence in the offense. He has been the ultimate victim of the Matt Nagy era in terms of utilization, underutilization. He'll rip off 6.5 yards of carry for 5 straight runs and then won't touch the ball again for a quarter and a half. His career has been truly tarnished by that coaching staff. But if we've learned anything from Ryan Poles this year, he is not going to overpay at positions he thinks he can get a cheaper deal with similar production. Look at the wide receivers, right? And Khalil Herbert he said the other day during the Piccolo Award ceremony that he sees a special player in Herbert. If your offensive coordinator is already saying that before you've even put the pads on in training camp, the coaching staff has watched the film, the front office has watched the film. Khalil Herbert has a lot of that like day 3 Alfred Morris type running style. He's going to fit a zone running scheme perfectly, plant his foot in the dirt and go. He's like that true 2-stepper, gets to full speed real quick. He was really, really good last year. The Bears running game did not miss a beat when Montgomery was out. That alone is like exhibit A through Z of why you wouldn't re-sign him, because you have a guy who would be going into year 3 of his rookie deal versus a player who, unless he's like a Melvin Gordon, we just saw Melvin Gordon re-sign 1 year, $5 million deal to go back to Denver, even though Javonte is probably going to be the top back there, unless it's something like that. And we've seen this in the past, right? Like Leonard Fournette bounced around with some 1 year deals in Tampa until he finally got a multi-year deal. I mean, I think Montgomery's trending toward that direction, unless one of these teams like Buffalo doesn't draft a running back and they have a need next year. Maybe he cashes in. But Shayne, I'm leaning toward what you're thinking. I think you're going to see a running back by committee this year in Chicago, a lot like you see in Green Bay with A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones. I think the Bears are going to maybe make it 60-40 so they can justify Montgomery leaving in 2023 and then pushing Herbert up to the top of the depth chart.
I let you finish your shitty commentary.
I love it.
I think you guys, I don't even understand why this comes up, guys. Seriously.
Why wouldn't it?
Let me finish.
Why wouldn't it?
Cap is going up next year. Montgomery hasn't carried the ball in a Luke Getsy, Ryan Poles, Eberflus team, whatever we're going to call this. So this young man has been neglected, abused, and has been elite on tape. It's not elite for Joey, the fucking blog boy stat magician, or PFF and the fuck boys. All I can tell you is the tape never lies, and this football player plays with the kind of pride, the kind of toughness that you look for each and every day out there. To say this is, let's move on from him. We don't even know what he wants in a contract.
But Phil, I'm going to jump in.
This is the kind of stuff I feel like is a losing Thomas Jones culture. It's getting rid of Greg Olsen. It's not understanding that we're so far away from 1 year later that we have to talk about. How about we let David Montgomery actually have a rhythm? Because what you just said, and he's still that good. How about you understand from there? And then we could talk about David. I hate when Shayne brings it up. He does it on purpose.
I don't feel it because I don't bring it up on
dumbest shit in the world.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in, Phil. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Look at what's on the horizon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, David Montgomery could be a 1,500-yard back. He could run like Nick Chubb. I would not be surprised if he does it. And then we got a real big contract issue coming up.
What if he carries you and Justin Fields to the playoffs?
And what if in the same season, Darnell Mooney puts up 119 catches and has 1,400 yards and 13 touchdowns, and it's Justin Fields' number one guy? He needs a new contract. And what if Byron Pringle breaks out next year and is 1,075 yards and isn't going to break the bank, but he needs a new contract? And you have these guys around Justin Fields that are also going to need new deals. And you have a kid in Khalil Herbert who may be behind Dave Montgomery, averaged 5.5 yards a carry on 95 or 100 carries on the season and looked the part of a starting NFL running back. I think the issue is going to be what makes the most sense moving forward for the offense as a whole. Do you sign David Montgomery and risk losing Darnell Mooney? Do you sign David Montgomery?
Both of them. I get both.
It's gonna be tough. That's gonna put.
That's what the franchise tag is for too. You have to build these things, guys. You have a whole year to define who should be here and who shouldn't.
100%
if David
agree.
Montgomery goes out there and proves that he's the impetus, the engine of your offense, guess what, guys? It's not just talk. Saying, you know how you get a good quarterback, a young quarterback? You run the fucking football. That's how you get a good quarterback going. And Matt Nagy couldn't figure that. He couldn't figure out his identity. It's sitting right in front of his face. David Montgomery's that good. I've put my name to this each and every time, and I don't want to hear shit about fucking Cap.
But here's the thing, Phil.
You're going to have a streaming. You're going to have pay-per-view, whatever, Amazon Prime. You're going to have a fucking Black Friday game all of a sudden on Amazon.
You have to look beyond that. I mean, you have to bring history into this too, in extending any running back. That position is been a minefield with extensions with running backs. That's just a fact.
I totally agree, but you're not giving me his contract. This is the same motherfucking team.
You're not giving me the contract.
Cohen.
You're not giving me the contract either. You're just assuming he's going to run for 2,000 yards and carry us to the playoffs.
I didn't say anything about a yard.
But let me jump in here.
You just said he carried us to the playoffs. You're literally
making a
just said
shitty, exaggerated point. 2,000. I didn't say nothing but
Phil,
the truth.
You just made
him.
a shitty, exaggerated
No,
point.
I
trying
didn't.
to prove your point. You said,
love it.
"What are you going to do if? What are you going to do if he carries us to the playoffs?"
What are you going to do is not a point. It's a fucking question.
So I have a question or a point. Part of the reason why we're talking about this, right?
Yes.
And this is not Dave Montgomery's fault, but part of the reason why this is even coming up is because through 3 years in the league, misuse by Matt Nagy, of course, and whatnot, plus the emergence of a day 3 rookie last year, we're not certain David Montgomery is that guy. Like, he hasn't actually had that year yet. We think he will. We trust the talent.
That's all I'm asking.
But he
Let's see
hasn't
what he does.
actually done it. But
Is
running
that fair?
backs, the running back position,
yes,
in my opinion, is usually the one position that at times, with the exception of actual usage, is almost coach proof.
I already know he's that guy.
They run 5.5, 6.5. They can rip off the big runs. You just know it when you see it with the running back. We know that with Montgomery. He's a stud, but is he a second contract stud? Has he done what we saw from Nick Chubb before Chubb got his second deal?
I know what this guy is. I have seen it on the tape.
We love him as a fan.
I don't love him as a fan. I love him as a coach, and I'm saying to you guys, I've proven myself time and time again. I don't give a fuck what anybody's going to say in the chat. Fuck a cap, all of it. David Montgomery is the kind of guy that is a winner, and he plays like Walter Payton does with every ounce of his heart. Nobody could say anything different. Don't care if it's not their guy. Don't care if they didn't draft him. Don't care. I want to see what he does here. I think that's fair to ask. And if you see a guy busting your ass as a coach that you're preaching hits philosophy, loafs philosophy, and this guy's out there doing it for your team and everybody in the see, I talked to some of these offensive linemen on the Bears. Each one of them said there's nobody that works harder than him. Nobody. So it just all evens up. And that's why I say, don't give me money talk. Let's let him decide how he plays and then go from there. I think that's fair. And I do believe
fair.
He's elite.
And let's be honest, right? Every year, and Robert Quinn kind of, hinted at this. Every year, life in the NFL is a prove it year. You can have a 5-year contract, making all the money in the world.
Very good point.
Every year is a prove it year, right? So Montgomery can prove it this year and have a 3-year, $21 million contract, $32 million contract next year this time. Nobody will care if it's coming off a 1,600-yard season.
Right.
But what is your opinion, Phil, of Herbert, Khalil Herbert? I mean, do you think
I think you hit it out of the park. That's why I laughed. Alfred Morris is the perfect comp to him. I watch him run. He's kind of goofy, good. He's goofy, good. He gets it sometimes, but he doesn't have the instincts that David does, and he doesn't have the determination about the way this guy runs the ball, man. Listen, as a running back, there's one thing I take a lot of pride in. Where do they run? How do they run? And do they finish runs? This guy checks off all those boxes for me. And that's why I stand up for him and the truth of him. But that being said, I am in the ballpark of saying, think it's fair. Let's see what he does with a coach that's not neglectful and doesn't go away from a guy that just ran 17 yards, broke 3 tackles, wasn't even supposed to go that way. No, take him out. I've been a running back. I know what that's like. The next play, I'm running even harder. This fucking clown boy.
I wouldn't have extended you either.
Well, that's the problem. That's why Chicago under you would be probably hired Nagy. But for me, I'm that goes all out all the time. I get fired up because those two guys, to me, Quinn and Monty, are to what you're saying, Brian. The Mina Kimes of the world and everybody else, Bears have no shot. We haven't even had a fucking draft. You haven't had the second round of cuts. People draft a guy. You heard Bart Scott talk about this today as I was driving into work, or driving to lunch. We got a draft, and then all of a sudden you see this veteran cut. We got Reuben Brown like that. We got Todd Berger. We got pieces to a puzzle with guys that got cut after the draft. This is where I think Bryan Perez is 100% right, and this network stands by. Me and Shayne can come back to Happy Island together in saying, don't sell out guys that are going to buy in. If they buy in and they work their asses off, there's a chance that you can see this football team, who, by the way, was beating the Vikings with their fucking second stringers. I haven't seen this team hustle to the football. That was my favorite game in the last 3 years, watching all those young guys fight for the team. If they're flying to the ball, Brian, there is always a chance on any given Sunday that defense does that. And then last point, in 2018, when he was coach of the year, I said it then, I'll say it now. The offense did dick. The defense got you 39 takeaways. They scored 7 touchdowns or 6. Maybe it was more. That's why you won. You had short fields, and you were able to score points, and you intimidated people, and you got the ball away. If you get a coach in here doing that, all of a sudden the haters are going to run. All of the bandwagoners are going to come back and be like, wow, where did these no-name Bears come from? That is football, man. That's what I live about. But there'll be those, just that triple header. Fields, Monty, and Robert Quinn, and Darnell Mooney. You can't say enough about that football player. Talk about Darnell Mooney and his effort here, obviously, and then we'll get back into some draft talk, because Shayne got me in the Monty craze.
Well, listen, Darnell Mooney, yes. We hear all this talk about guys like Terry McLaurin out in Washington and how much of a pro's pro he is in terms of his route running, and if he only had a quarterback, what would Terry McLaurin do? I mean, I think Darnell Mooney is right there with a guy like Terry McLaurin. I think Darnell Mooney is one of the best route runners in the NFL. You see the classic clip of him just juking the shit out of Jalen Ramsey. There's a lot of tape of him doing that, and just, Mitch Trubisky flutter balls dying 2 yards short of where he's supposed to go.
Shayne's favorite.
Yeah. Nope. So I think Darnell Mooney, we started seeing last year when that chemistry was really warming up with Justin Fields. And the thing I love the most is these guys are buddies now. They're working out together. He's staying with Fields down in Georgia. They are building that off-field chemistry that we see it up in Green Bay when Davante Adams was with the Packers. Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams shared the same brain. That's why they were able to make so many plays that the average quarterback wide receiver combination could never do, is because they've spent so much time together, ran so many routes together. They knew exactly where the other person was going to go with the ball or be when he was targeted at all times. And we're still far ways from that with Mooney and Fields. But when a guy spends part of his first ever NFL check on a jugs machine and has a jugs machine in his apartment, I'm sold. Right away, that guy is going to be a player for a long time. When they picked Darnell Mooney, I was nervous about it because draft history. Shayne, you mentioned draft history. You got a guy's 175 pounds.
Yeah.
The list of 175-pound all-pro receivers is like non-existent.
It looks like the list of extended running backs. It's bad.
Got you, Phil. Got you.
Claudio, you want your Mo Mooney?
That's right. Sorry. Mo Mooney, listen, you caught me off guard. I didn't know what's going on. What up, Brian?
What's going on, man?
This is Claudio the barber, the moderator.
Listen, I don't
another
know
Italian in the house.
I don't know football like these two guys. But when I first saw Mooney, and then I saw his press conference after his first game, and they were giving him props, and this dude was just like, no. I could be way better. His attitude is just exactly what you want. I think he'll have a C on his chest soon. Not this year, maybe next year, who knows? But the dude is legit. It's my boy.
I agree, man. I wouldn't rule out the C on his chest this year. No, Poles has singled him out as a guy, the kind of player they want in Chicago. And honestly, you know, Poles comes across to me as a really smart guy. And he might be looking already at Darnell Mooney as the kind of player who he's going to want to give a long-term deal to. And he's keeping his spending on wide receivers back a little bit because he knows he's going to spend a lot on a player, and it's going to be the guy, the homegrown guy.
I like and
Mooney's
I like
not
what
a dummy.
Mooney said.
Yeah, they talked about Mooney talked about when Poles got here. He made an effort to go upstairs and sit down with him. And Poles like, yeah, I met him. And then next thing I know, we had been talking for 90 minutes.
Yeah.
He's like, I came away so impressed. But to your point, Brian, it's great. And I know the fuck a cap philosophy. You can make whatever you want work if there's a move out there to be had and you're a contender and stuff like that. But you can't just dump resources after resources after resources, because at some point it's going to come back to bite you, like, you know, it did in New Orleans and Philadelphia dealt with it and stuff like that. But
and it's going to in Miami, and it's going to in Jacksonville.
Let me say this about Mooney real quick. There's two things. I'm breaking down tape, Giants versus Bears, and I'm watching JP Holtz coming on whams and whiffing, and here comes Darnell Mooney on a wham where he reads it, turns up, and takes on a fucking linebacker and just drives his ass out. I've put it up many a time, and it just shows that if you're in proper technique and you love the game of football and you have pride, you can do it, and you can be very great at it. Watching this kid block, to your point, I was with you. I'm like, no freaking way. This kid, Tulane, he looks like Bernard Berrien. And no, he plays like he's 220 pounds. And last point was him going out there and saying the other day, and CLAUDIO had clipped that clip, and it was so talking about, when I get to where I'm going, I'm never going to stop. I'm paraphrasing. I'm never going to stop working. And I think back to that play against the Giants, and every play thereafter is a must-see to watch that. So he has definitely been mentioned by Flus, Poles. There's a reason why he said it, and the fact that he's working with Justin Fields, he is somebody you have to make sure.
I remember back in the day when you were with all us Bears fans on Twitter, which you got to come back, man. I mean,
no fucking way.
You got to come back. You got to come back to Twitter. It's no fun without you, man. You got to come back. But I digress. I remember you used to talk about, you know, really liking guys that have that chip on their shoulder, right? Guys who come into the league with something to prove.
Yes.
Darnell Mooney has a mountain of a chip on his shoulder. And he talks, what you're talking about him saying the other day was just, he's always going to feel disrespected. He's always going to be working to gain that respect. And that's the kind of player who's never going to be satisfied no matter how productive he is. And, you know, the scouting process for wide receivers is undergoing like a real-time evolution, because you're seeing guys like Devonta Smith who are even more slender, skinnier than Darnell Mooney, still having success in the league.
Yes.
The way the rules have changed, the spacing, the lack of contact that defensive backs can have on these guys off the line of scrimmage, it's changed the makeup of the wide receiver to the point where we have to start looking at these guys who are 180, 179, 183 as potential wide receiver ones now. Whereas we're still trying to mentally process that, he can never be a true number one because he's only 175 pounds. Well, yeah, maybe back in 1999. But now the way the game is and the way defense is played and the way the rules are enforced, that 175-pound receiver has just as good of a chance of making a great break off the line of scrimmage as the 220-pound guy who could bully his way off of man coverage. So you have a whole different dynamic of what is a wide receiver one these days. And Darnell Mooney could be like that Marvin Harrison type, who was a legit wide receiver one, was a smaller guy, elite route runner, and he was on the same page with Peyton Manning on every single rep.
He's Bryan Perez. You could follow him on Twitter. That I think, what's his name?
Elon
Musk is my cousin. He bought it just to delete it, apparently. Oh,
Hopefully Elon reinstates my original Twitter account. They fucking suspended me on it a year ago, and I still haven't gotten back.
Listen, let's ask a couple questions from the chat, but I have to ask one question, Brian. Me and you always go back, draft related. One guy that's a you guy or underrated guy that what you were talking about me in this draft that people should keep an eye on. That one guy that has that chip, that has something to prove, or is one of those under the radar guys that you believe is going to be special in the NFL.
So this is a player who will not make it to the Bears. He's going to be a first-round pick. So maybe this is kind of cheating a little bit. But to me, you want to take a bold hot take? I think he's going to be more productive than Aiden Hutchinson in the league, and it's George Karlaftis from Purdue.
That's my guy.
Karlaftis,
that's my guy.
Listen, Phil, Karlaftis.
I was getting upset last night because someone told me that fucking McShay asked Jackal. I got so fired up I almost couldn't draft last night because McShay is telling me he's not going in the first. I'm like,
hey, listen, let him fall.
Go ahead.
Let him fall to 39.
You speak on him.
George Karlaftis, you talk about a guy who's tailor-made for what Matt Eberflus wants from a mentality standpoint. Rare strength at the point of attack, and one of the hottest running motors that I have seen come out in a long time. You talk about a player who is never out of a play. Disruption is production, as they like to say now. He might not have 15 sacks. He might not have been able to finish on every pass rush rep. But my God, he was destroying. He destroys offensive strategy. And, you know, production is right. Production is a big lie. And I think that's what's going to hurt Karlaftis. He's not the greatest athlete, but you put the football pads on and football helmet on, you let him line up across his man. He's going to bully him for 4 quarters. And I believe, I shouldn't maybe say believe, I have a really strong thought that he's going to be a more productive pro in the league than Aiden Hutchinson. And we'll look back 3 or 4 years from now and say, how did George Karlaftis slip to insert the Bengals at 31? How did George Karlaftis get to the Detroit Lions at the top of the 2nd round? We're going to be asking that question because that dude is, talk about like that Darnell Mooney mentality that every single play he plays like it's his last play. That's Karlaftis.
Look at you. I had no idea where he was going, folks, but as Shayne can tell you, that's one of my I love this kid. I can't, and I got to give you extra credit for being able to pronounce his name correctly because I sure as hell can't. I just call him the Greek pizza pie. George, he's gonna get after. Here we go. Can we give? I know we're over an hour with you, and your time is precious. He is from the Draft Network. Can we throw some questions from
Phil,
the
this
chat?
is like you guys said, this is grown man's Christmas Eve.
Yeah,
you need stuff like this to pass the time before the draft, man. This is great. Nobody's stopping talking football anytime soon.
What spots do you think Jenkins and Borom will end up playing in this? I wanted draft questions. We're going here. Anyway, go ahead. HL got you there. Hold on. Wait. Let Brian, what do you think? Where do you see them lining up?
So I think Jenkins is going to play right tackle. I think we're already seeing Poles' impact from an offensive line mentality strategy. I think he was miscast at left tackle last year. He might even end up being a guard before it's all said and done. I just don't think he has the athletic profile to compete on a consistent basis on the left side. The left and right side is kind of like melding together now. You have great pass rushers on both sides of the line of scrimmage, but I think he's got his best chance to stick as a tackle on the right side. Love his play demeanor, nasty. You talk about culture changers on the field. The only offensive lineman that'll actually stick up for his quarterback.
Right.
When Jermaine Ifedi pushed him on the field, man, that was when I almost gave up on the season. When I saw Jermaine Ifedi, on the field, push back Tevin. You do that against the other team, that blew my mind. So I like Jenkins.
We almost got you to swear.
Almost close. I like Jenkins' mentality. I think he's got the mean, nasty streak you want. And offensive linemen are a different breed, and the guys who usually make it a long time are off the field, super nice guy, nerdy dude with glasses. On the field, he'll kill you on the field.
I don't agree with you. I think he'll be the left tackle, but I want to move on.
Got it.
Here we go. Brian, why the F is Keontae Ingram rated as a 7th round running back by TDN? Why is LeBron Ray rated 7th round D tackle?
So I will say this, without necessarily speaking on Ingram's skill set, I haven't done a deep dive on him. I know the process. Talk about the process, right? The process that the Draft Network puts in with their scouting through the year. This is my first full year with them, and I've been able to have a really good peek behind the curtain. I got to say, like, I was blown away. And I'm not saying this just because, like, towing the company line here, because that's not my personality to begin with. But I was blown away with the way they run their organization there. A crew of legitimate scouts. One guy worked with the Chiefs for several years. One guy was with the Patriots for a few years. They had another guy who worked with Oregon, one with LSU. Real good football minds. Meet every day with scouting meetings. They all scout a region. This is like literally a 33rd team. They're not going to be right on everything. They're going to be wrong on quite a lot. But I will tell you, whether or not you agree or disagree with the rankings, everybody is just as capable and skilled to come up with their own board. I can tell you this, wherever the Draft Network has their guys ranked, it's a product of a lot of work they've done. Even if that work ends up being proven wrong, I can promise you, you might not like the ranking, but they put a lot of time and effort into it.
I love Paige DeMarcos.
She's the best.
Man. She's a great friend.
I call her the queen of sports media.
Well, we call her we gave her the queen of Chicago sports. We haven't seen her, and we have to get her back on. That's my bad. I haven't reached out to her, but
you're not on Twitter, man. You're not on Twitter.
No, I could reach out to her.
We got to let her rebuff her Mac Jones' third round talent take from last year.
We have. I will tell her right to her. You were wrong about my boy Mac Jones because we went at it that night. But anyway, Brian, what do you think about Liberty wide receiver Demario Douglas late?
So I'm getting a little exposed here with these deep draft takes. Liberty wide receiver Demario Douglas. Let me just scroll down here really quick. I watched a lot of goddamn wide receivers for this year's draft. And Liberty wide receiver Demario Douglas, I'm scrolling through TDN's.
Okay. You could skip him.
Man, I'm going to skip. I'm going to take a pass. And I will tell you this. If I didn't watch him, that's probably not a good sign of what I think of him. I'll go that
exactly. What do you think of the RAS score, and how much should fans value those athletic scores?
That's a great question because it's something that I've paid more attention to this year. It has a pretty good track record, not perfect, but a pretty good track record as an analytic, which, again, I'm not an analytics guy. I don't look at numbers as being able to predict what the human mind and heart does in combat. But I do think it can give you a little bit of a tiebreaker, for lack of a better term, between two guys that you're sold on as football players. The RAS score has a pretty good track record of giving you an indicator of athleticism that translates to success in the NFL. I like these types of analytics where you can actually go through a historical reference and see, well, all right, this guy is a 10.0 RAS score. Who else over the last 5 years has had that, and what did it mean for their NFL career? And their website is really cool. You can just plug different players there and players that might not be in their system, like this Liberty wide receiver, for example. If you have their pro day numbers, you go on that website, you plug everything in, you'll get a RAS score, and you'll see comparable measurables. It's like I believe it's the Mock Draftable website where they have the spider graphs of all players from the combine through the years. These are some pretty good tools. But again, Phil, I know you're this guy. Shayne, you're this guy. I mean, when I watch film, if I think a guy looks the part on tape, I'm not going to let a RAS score dissuade me necessarily. Maybe that's being stubborn, but a RAS score is not going to dissuade me. And if I see a guy who, for example, Equanimus St. Brown, one of the Bears wide receivers, he's an athletic freak, but he doesn't play like one, right? So you got to be really careful when you look at those numbers and think like a Christian Watson, for example, could be that guy this year. who has this athletic profile that's through the roof. His play at North Dakota State, he had some moments, but he had a lot of drops. He's not a physical route runner. He doesn't create separation with his size and physicality. So is he really that athlete on the field? That's a question we'll find out in due time. But Raz is a good resource. I like it.
It usually doesn't get better in the NFL, by the way.
100% right. So I spoke to Christian Watson down at the Senior Bowl, and what a good kid. I mean, good dude, great head and shoulders. Yeah. He wants to be the next Mike Evans in the league.
Didn't have a great quarterback thrown to him either. I mean, that's
that
putting it probably in the nicest possible
The other,
way.
when they're a younger kid, he was better, but it was hard. Let me ask you, Romeo Doubs, my guy, one of my favorite players in this draft.
Man, Phil, me and you got a very similar board for this draft.
Really?
I like Romeo Doubs a lot more than the average draft analyst right now. So when I went to the Senior Bowl, he was one of the top wide receivers that I wanted to watch in the game. Khalil Shakir is another one from Boise State. I think Romeo Doubs has a chance, man. He reminds me of we talk about like the discounted version of a player, like a discounted version of an Alshon Jeffrey. He's that kind of body type, running style, maybe not as long with the limbs, but he's got a little bit of that look to me.
I love it. Is it worth picking a punter if that big time punter from San Diego State is available? He's talking about Asiata.
Yeah, I'm old school, man. If my GM picks a punter or a kicker, I got a problem with it. I mean, I get it; it's part of the game, but I don't know. I think we've seen too many examples of kickers getting drafted in the past that it's almost just as much of a crapshoot as drafting a quarterback. And like, why waste a pick on that when I wouldn't do it.
So many other holes.
Who's your sleeper O lineman?
Good question. Let me go through a list here.
I can give you mine. If it's yours, just don't blow smoke.
Gotcha.
Shane knows who my guy. Lacetus Smith.
Okay.
Lacetus Lafetus. Okay, good.
It's not mine, but and again, I mean, are we considering this guy a sleeper? Probably not. He's a day 2 pick, but I'm a big fan of Jamari Salyer from Georgia. I think he's a player. I think he's a player who has tackle guard versatility. He doesn't fit Poles' like body type profile. He's a little soft around the waist, maybe a little heavy footed, but he was a 5-star kid coming out of high school. And I think the Bears really should and probably will look at guys in the 3rd round. If that's the offensive line round, I think position versatility is going to be a huge variable because we don't know who the left tackle is going to be. Maybe it's Jenkins, maybe it's Borom, maybe it's neither one. And if you draft a guy in the 3rd round like a Salyer, who is a high-end college tackle, can play guard at a very high level, maybe he opens the season as the right guard. Borom is struggling on the left side. They kick Salyer out to the left side and put Borom inside. I mean, having a rookie like that who can play multiple spots along the offensive line, who's proven high pedigree from high school, high pedigree playing at the highest level in the SEC, he's going to be a 10-year starter in the NFL. As long as he physically doesn't let himself get out of shape too badly, he's going to be a 10-year guy. So he's one of the guys I'm surprised. Like, I'm looking at TDN's rankings. They have him as the 89th overall player. I mean, I think he's a top 50 talent in the draft. So if he falls into that 3rd round range, that would be a steal to me.
Yeah, Alan Bratcher stole my thunder real quick. Phil, just pop that one out because I got one that I was going to ask, and Alan put it up there too. But where do you stand on Tyler Smith? Obviously has all the traits you want, but ultra raw. Needs a lot of refinement. But boy, when you listen to Ryan Poles talk about demeanor and stuff like that, he seemingly fits the profile, but there's a lot of question marks outside of that. But I just what are your thoughts there on Tyler Smith?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, he's one of the younger prospects in the draft, right? So that is, it depends. I mean, I don't know how you guys view that. I don't knock a guy for being a 23-year-old rookie. I don't care about that.
Me either.
Just like I don't necessarily overrate being 20, turning 21 on draft day. I think when you're talking about traitsy players, my old school mentality, if you're traits and you need a lot of work, that's a day 3 guy to me. If you are a really good football player but you don't really have the length or the traits, you're probably a day 3 football player. You got to start marrying those two up to move into day 2. And then you keep filtering up to not only are both those things married up, but they're married up at a really high level. And now you're in the first round. So when you go for the traits guy, that's a very slippery slope. The good thing for the Bears is it's obviously not going to be a first-round pick. Can you justify a traitsy guy at 48 if he's there? And I think he's going to be there. I think he got a little bit overrated over the last couple of weeks before the draft. I think that raw profile that you're talking about, Shayne, is going to make teams a little bit nervous about spending that high of a pick on him. He needs to sit as a backup for a year, maybe 2, before you can really say he's a starter. But upside, right? If you're drafting upside, you're going to draft guys like David Ojabo. You're going to draft guys like Tyler Smith. You're going to swing for the fences with these guys because if they hit, they're going to be elite players.
Yeah.
But the floor is just as low as the ceiling is high. So you got to be very careful with those guys.
Petrie or McCreary?
I would go with McCreary.
Me too. Nice. Me too.
I know he doesn't have the length. He doesn't have the measurables, but the dude can ball, man.
That's my.
I mean,
I think we're all in that
Nathan
same...
Vasher, and I think he's a better football player.
Oh,
he's a Vasher.
He's better than.
Yeah, and that position.
I like Nate too.
You can have the best, the longest arms, and the best frame, but if you don't have the instincts or the feel as a defensive back, the extra 3 inches on your arms aren't going to matter.
Exactly.
And he has that reactionary, those instincts that he's in the right place all the time. I think he's going to be a steal. He's going to be a day 1 starter, no doubt about it.
Tyquan Thornton as a mid-round pick.
I mean, if you want speed, he's a speed. He's a track guy. I think that's again when you're talking about traits, mid to late round, I'd be fine with it. But again, what's the ceiling? Is he really going to be somebody who evolves into a starter in the league? Forget about the Bears. I don't think so. So those are the guys you fill out rosters in depth in round 5, 6, maybe 7.
Bryan Perez believed in me a long time ago and wanted me.
I want to say, now you're bringing that up.
Okay.
I have been amazed by what you guys have done with this brand that you developed. Honestly, you guys deserve a lot of praise and credit for what you guys have been able to build. Because I've watched from afar. Phil, like you mentioned, we had an opportunity to work together with USA Today in the early days. And
right.
I remember telling you back then, man, that your place was going to be podcasting, something like that. I just knew you had that in you, that skill set, and your relationship with Shayne. Always seeing you guys go back and forth on Twitter, and when you guys were in that other place before you were here, the chemistry. You talk about quarterback, wide receiver. You talk about culture that you guys that is built for a winning team. You guys have created that on this journey you've been on. It's just been really fun to see grow from afar. The whole fan culture you have. You guys have legitimate groupies. It's really cool to watch.
We have a fan base we have not bought. I'm just letting you know. Right?
And that means something, right? It's organic. It's homegrown.
Yes. We got a new producer tonight, Alan Bratcher. I keep calling him Batcher. We got you though tonight, and we have to continue this friendship
real
here.
Quick before you sign off with him, Phil. I got to ask Bryan.
Ask him a question.
No
hat
trade,
or no hat.
Yeah, no trades involved.
Okay.
Give me the Bryan Perez gut feeling 2 days out. Number 39, number 48. Who are the two guys?
So I would have told you George Pickens 39. Final answer. But a lot of this late press about him being maybe not the best culture guy has me hesitating on that. I got a really sneaky feeling you're gonna see. Let me just change positions here really quick.
I like that you're honest about your memory here.
All right. You ready for this? 39. Lock it in. Final answer. It's going to be Tyler.
Wait.
So
39. Let's
Holy
give him the.
You're gonna
I'm
give.
sorry.
You're gonna
I had
give
to-
Phil a court. Did you?
Here
did
we
you
go.
Give the Damon?
Brian Perez, you're on the
That
clock.
jingle before I make a pick.
There
guys
you
just
go.
gave me goosebumps. Tyler Linderbaum, 39.
Oh my lord, my favorite
He's gonna fall.
player
He's gonna
in
fall.
the draft. We are on the same fucking board, bro.
He's 39, right? So now you got center locked up for the next 13 years.
Yes.
And then 48, who do I think, which wide receiver is going to be there?
Good job, Jackal. Linderbaum plays like 3 players. Show him one more time.
We're going to go with, I'm going to call Sky Moore, the wide receiver from Western Michigan.
Sky Moore. You have something in here for Sky Moore.
I do, man.
Mr. Big Hands. He's got those Marty Booker mitts. on
Marty
those things.
Booker
He's
mitts.
got something, man. He's got something. He's got a really twitchy play style that I fall for every year. The guys that have that first step, they're at full speed. I mean, those are guys that usually have a chance. So I think he's going to be a good one.
All right, might as well extend it to 71 while you're still here, just to have fun with it.
Oh boy, 71. Let's go back to the list
71.
here. All right, let me go.
Sky Moore, the Steve Smith clone, is Creighton Wilfong. And if
Like
that's
that
what you're
comp.
getting out of that,
He's got a little
I'm all
Golden
for
Tate
it.
in his game. Golden Tate. The
Golden Tate. Little gold. I got a Golden Tate as a son. You should see this kid ball.
So I kind of threw myself off here by going Tyler Linderbaum at 39.
Yes.
So am I gonna you know what? I'm gonna make Bears fans really happy with this.
Were you looking at Cole Strange there? Just a second ago?
No, but I thought offensive line would probably be the spot. And then as you put me on the clock and I heard that jingle, I said to myself, you know what? Something good's gonna happen to the Bears. A top 12 to 15 player like Linderbaum's gonna fall out of the first round because of measurables, because of the devaluation of interior offensive linemen. And it's like perfect need value matching at 39, and he won't make it to 48. So that's why that'll happen.
Yes.
Sky Moore. And let's double up on receiver. Let's take the guy who the analytics community is gonna hate. He's slow, he can't jump, but the dude's gonna make a ton of contested catches, and he's gonna score a lot of touchdowns in the league, and that's David Bell.
Look at you. David Bell coming
He probably
back.
won't be there at 71, but we'll do it for tonight.
He's like Rocky Balboa coming back. He was talked about as a first round, late first. He's been all over the offseason where this kid, but you know what? You're 100% right. And that's one of my guys that I'm sleeper I put on him, because you get David Bell and he becomes what it is. I thought Alshon Jeffrey was as well. That ability to get to the football, make the play, run great routes, and show that length. He throws his body all over the place. He's a constant. I like that pick too.
And remember, people forget. I mean, I know Allen Robinson had a much different athletic profile with the other measurables, but he ran in the 4.6s at the combine too. So
exactly,
the combine. Some guys run just as fast in pads as they do in a t-shirt and shorts, and some guys are significantly slower in pads than they are in a t-shirt and shorts. I think David Bell is 4.6 on the field, and he's 4.6 off the field. Receivers that run a 4.3 in Indy might run a 4.8 on the field.
Exactly.
So
they're scared.
I think they're scared.
They don't know what they're doing. Yeah. They can't read the route.
Kevin White was no 4.3 on the field. That's for
right, 100%. And some guys are just track guys. Like they have a legit track background. They line up and they sprint. They're not running football running. That's where I think David Bell is a little undervalued. I don't know if NFL teams will think that. If he lasts to 71, I mean, that's a home run. Yeah. And the Bears still come out of this little mock exercise with 2 receivers in their first 3 picks and a cornerstone offensive lineman. I really think Linderbaum is going to fall.
My favorite player in the entire draft. I've said it for a long time now, and I said that well back on audio for proof that you guys all tell me that no way does Linderbaum get past the Eagles. No way does he. Every year the center falls, and this could be the luck that Poles has been unlucky. But if that 39th pick is Linderbaum, there's the freaking return right there.
I mean, Creed Humphrey, one of the best rookies.
That was one of my favorites.
Regardless of position, he was one of the best rookies in the league last year. He was picked 63rd.
Shayne took him in the fight night draft last year just to fuck with me. We do a fight night. I don't know if you got to see that one where
I did not
we
see
picked 22 starters.
Brian would
back and forth.
Brian would love my team.
Last year I won. This year we will see. It's debatable. I definitely was destroying them, but apparently, according to sources, that
nobody loves Phil more than Phil.
Exactly. If you don't love yourself, what are you walking around in life for? Anyway, I don't want to make anybody do anything. You're welcome to stay if you want. We got to get to our next, and we're waiting for the magician. The Lord.
He is on his way. Yeah, he got held up with some family stuff.
We don't have an intro for this guy, guys. I can't believe it. But yeah, Brian, do you have to bounce? You want to stay?
I mean, listen, I don't want to overstay my welcome. That's one of the things I always teach my children is listen, know when it's time to go. Don't ever overstay your welcome in any room you're in. I am all about the Christmas Eve mentality, man.
All right, so stay with us, and I'm going to bring in our guy. This is our music producer. He has produced songs with me for this network. I can go down and play like a smidgen of them to make my own intro for this. If you've heard this song, it's called Performance Over Politics.
It's performance over politics. Performance over politics. Performance over politics. It's POP. Performance over politics. DDP said fuck a cap and arena tricks. We trying to build a dynasty out of heap of shit. McCaskey money rolling in, but that don't mean shit to die-hard fans. No matter where they move the stadium in Chicagoland, you can't escape the aftermath. You can't win no stats and blog boy math. The battle starts in the trenches. You can't fix Nagy's offense with 35
wrenches. That's what he does. And how about this latest one? And then we'll bring him out to get Mr. Bryan Perez even more ready for the draft. This is our new draft open for the entire week. Tonight, we are on weeknight, draft night. What did you call it? Draft night's eve, Christmas Eve.
Grown man's Christmas, yeah.
Grown man's
love that. Grown man's Christmas, 100%.
Yeah? Well, you're about to see what my man Cool Kennedy did. We're bringing him out here. I'll play a little of this to get you ready.
Collaborate this. The Tape Never Lies network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
Give me some fucking names. Draft day, round one. The pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one. The pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
The tape never lies. Realize potential ain't the way to go. Always draft football guys. The game is one up front. Rebuild the lines. We trading up for a QB. Throwing down the best analysis out there, and there's no debating. Nerves on edge. Collab crew collaborating. Simple. Take the guy that takes his freaking head off. TTNL with the coverage. Ryan Pace got his get off.
The blog boys ride the nuts and study the swag. Flag route or the drag, we get to the bag. Left tackle or the slot, show me what you got. We need a guard and a cornerback with draft stock. Cream of the crop, last season was a flop. Protect Justin Fields in a 3-step drop. In the pocket, hits keep him ready for the sport. Eberflus told him get your track shoes if you want to run the north. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
Don't be bullshitting anybody. I'm telling you right now, you can't. because it's going to show right up in that film, boy. Tape never lie, never lie, never lie.
Made that catch. It was big old hand.
And that's called Cool Kennedy. That is what you do, bro. I'm just sitting here bobbing. And even though I'm on the track, I'm so still impressed with what you do and how we work together. This guy, I introduced to Bryan Perez. Cool. This is our guy, Cool Kennedy.
Good stuff, man.
Really yeah, man. You know, I wear my sunglasses at night. No, no, man. Hey, maximize on your draft slot, man. Mike, got to maximize no matter what, man. You know, this draft is going to be very interesting. I can't wait. I'm pumped, man. I got my draft mock lined up too, man. Got it lined up. Yeah.
Do you have a 39th pick? Who's your vibe right there?
39th. Yeah, I got that. I traded the second one back because I think they are going to do that, though. I think I would because I feel like there's some spots that we need that boost. Where I got Jahan Dotson at wide receiver, number 1, or for the 39th pick. Traded the 48 for 70 and a 106. And in the second slot, you guys are going to be like, what the fuck? Brian Cook, man. Brian Cook, bro. I've been watching this tape.
Brian Cook.
He's a safety that hits. I think he's going to light the fire in that safety section. You know what I mean? I feel like they just need to send that message. You know, hey, we got somebody who's ready to hit, ready to turn that safety room around. You know, got another wide receiver, Alec Pierce. Needed a blocker.
There you go.
You need somebody who has hand skills like Dotson. Somebody to balance it out with blocking like Alec Pierce. Brandon Smith at 106. Linebacker maybe could play some of that. What do you call it? That strong side. You know what I mean? Lecious Smith, you know.
Lafetus. Or as Phil called him, Lafetus.
Lecious Smith, that guard, you know.
He will forever. If he becomes a Bear, I'm just going to get a Lafetus jersey, bro. There's no way I can't.
And I got Chris Paul next, and then Marquand McCall, bro. Like
you're excited about this draft.
Yeah, man, because I think Marquand McCall, low key, he got your guy Lindenbaum in the ball game. He hemmed him up. He hemmed him up. Yeah, he hemmed him up. So like, I feel like those guys late round, somebody who can rise against top tier talent. You want to find those type of guys late. You know,
Brian. You heard his mock. What do you think? Are you mocking his mock?
I like the pair of Bearcats at 70 and 71. I think when you talk about kind of rebuilding a culture, right?
Yeah.
I think there is something about tapping into a program that has actually done that and getting the key players who've been a part of that. That's why I think Ritter could sneak a little higher into the draft, maybe into that late first round, even though a lot of people are saying top of the second round. So I like it, some good offensive linemen. This is what you did on with these day 3 picks. Kind of feels like what Ryan Poles was hinting at the Bears doing when he talked about the depth at offensive line. It really could be a draft class that comes out with, 2 or 3 guys on day 3, where we stand right now. You got a 4th, 2 5ths, and a 6th, right? You could see a majority. 2 5ths and a 6th. Where are we at with day 3 picks?
Yeah, 148, no 4th, right? 148, 150. And then,
we skipped the 4th, right?
Yeah.
No 4th.
So they, you can see a couple of guys. That could be where the offensive line is focused on. So
I love the fact that the Cool Kennedy's hyped to come on and talk the draft, but you are here because this week you and I have been working on this song, and we have a vibe of, and I'm going to give credit to Jeff Burton for giving the name. We call our fans 100 Crew, and he has dubbed them the Croupies, Bryan Perez, because you were like groupies, but they're the 100 Croupies. Yeah. And I like that, Jeff Burton. But
they're not good looking enough to be groupies. Not our group. No way.
But, we bring on fans, we interact with people and really believe in the moniker and the statement, the mission statement that TTNL is family. You have now, Brian, broken through the door and you have to return to the family. the prodigal son maybe be me here in this, but we need you back in the house and continue this relationship. But that being said, me and Cool Kennedy, I know, and you talking about it, wrote a song based on one fan that came on our network via Bears Hour Live in the most turmoil, negligent, naggy movement of disappointment you could see. And this is what he said.
There's hope, guys. There's hope.
I hope
if
there's
we got the right people. I hope that is hope.
That's going to be the quote, the name of this show, Shane. I hope there's
hope that there's hope.
I hope there's hope.
I hope that there's hope. Okay.
So Gary Williams said that, and I've held on to that for the longest because I've been a Chicago Bear fan, as you have, Brian, and all of us. And now I'm sitting here like this, but I do finally have hope. And I challenged my guy, Cool Kennedy. I'm like, I want you to take that dude's voice and make a song, and me and you are going to fucking throw down on this song to talk about the Chicago Bears, Eberflus, polls, and a change. And every time this guy has listen, if he was a fucking first-round quarterback, he would always be stepping up in the pocket, because I can't wait to reveal this song for the Bears Friday night draft night. We are going to debut that song. Cool. You want to talk about it?
Yeah. I mean, basically, man, big shout out to everybody who's been following, throughout the site. So follow my work, hitting the line, hitting my page. They've been seeing what we've been laying down for the past year and a half or so. And we always come correct, man. We always come with the truth on these bars. And that's the only goal. When we make music, we come with the intent to convey what needs to be done. And I really don't see anybody else doing this, as far as making true music that's like this specific to this zone of Bears football. I see people trying to copy, though. I see a few people trying to copy, and I'm not one to just dig on people, man. But I think we got something special here as far as we're going to be releasing this album. We're wrapping the tape up on this last song, and then we're going to be putting out that album, on all streaming services. So I think it's very unique. I think it's very special, and I hope There's Hope is going to set this new season off right. I think the Bears company has been hoping for a long time, but I feel like there is some change, man. With it seems like a dead horse that we've been beating for a long time. Pause, but I think time is gonna come, man. New quarterback, new season, new running back. The running back has to get the ball in his hands, and once that happens, I feel like things will be set in stone. I think he will get that contract. I think he'll earn it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I think he's got to have this opportunity. He's the type of guy that's going to capitalize on it, and I think that's going to help Justin in the second year. It's going to help him settle in, and I think this is the first year that we see Justin at the helm from day one. That's going to make the difference. I don't know too much about the in-depth character situation that they have that they're trying to build. They seem like they're trying to get ready, but these songs try to highlight all of that. You know what I mean? Like what we know, what we find out, that's what the songs reflect, and we try to come correct with the beats, the bangers.
Well, and you do come correct. I can speak on that. I mean, I'm just keeping it 100. Obviously, an old school rapper from back in the 90s that you have had to. You've had to bring me up to today's level, but you are so consistent in finding the right place for both of us to throw down and then take on any course. I had a vision with Shayne, and I said, listen, this network that we're leaving, the old network that held us down on certain creative flows and things that are about football and all of us, and Brian, just piggybacking off your kind words, I truly appreciate that. But there is something to be said in the sauce You know, some people make a sauce a certain way. This network makes it in truth with the tape and hip hop and music and parodies and fun and family. It goes down that trail. And when Cool Kennedy reached out to me and to Shayne really and did a remix of the Bears Hour Live song that I wrote because his daughter kept singing it, I was just blown away because I was looking for someone to make original beats instead of looking on YouTube to find a producer or somebody to do that because I don't have enough time. And it was the perfect energy connection. And now we're putting out an album, as he said, the Tape Never Lies Network. What we're going to title it is probably going to be There's Hope, because this is where we are. And all of you guys, we were going to let you guys know where to buy it. All the songs, even Jackal Don't Do Shit is going to be a track on that album. And amazing excitement is in the air here at TTNL. And, you know, there was a lot of haters and a lot of people that didn't believe in us. And I respect Bryan Perez for coming on here, saying those kind words, because I keep it 100. Bryan believed in me and knew he was saying it, and it was true. He knew my path is in audio and visual to express my truths. And Shayne has had to put up with me ever since. So it is what it is now. But I wanted Cool Kennedy to come on here because I don't do enough praise because of, the Leno Is Gone song, Performance Over Politics, Blog Boys. Blog Boys song. I was listening to it in the car, and I hadn't heard it in so long with my son. He wanted to hear it. And I was like, oh my God. And it's a banger. It's like, wow, I forget.
We got about 13 tracks.
13 tracks. And, the Keepin It 100 song I produced in the beginning. And it sets the tone for this show, and the Croupies and the 100 crew and everybody. And that's what it's going to be about. So, and I'm telling you right now on the air, any proceeds to this purchase is going to him, not to me, because you've done so. I told Shayne and I told Ron G and I talked to Chris Zorich, and I said, I can't thank this guy enough. And I get emotional saying it because I wasn't planning to get emotional, but what you were able to bring from my idea outward has made my wife smile and happy, has made my life happy, because music is one of those things. So
but Phil, some of the proceeds got to go to Shayne, because I got to buy him one of those Cobb quickies. And then yeah.
Does Bryan know what a Cobb quickie is, Bryan?
I don't know if he does.
This invention here is called the Cobb Quickie. Hands down the easiest way to butter your corn on the cob on a hot summer day. Simply grab yourself a fresh stick of butter and, using our patent-pending firm grip design, place the butter directly onto the center spikes. Then simply go to town buttering your corn on the cob from top to bottom. No matter what you
I thought at first you were talking about some scouting term for a Liberty wide receiver. I wasn't aware of.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Patent pending. The patent is pending. Did you check it out?
You could see if you watched that.
Did you notice who was running the
Aaron
Cobb
Rodgers
Quickie,
is the guy.
Aaron Rodgers.
That's so
Yeah.
Then let me do what I hired to do.
I know. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Listen, so that is coming out. I have to, honestly, I'm being transparent. I had to produce all this stuff for the draft week. So the song is done, Bryan. Now I have to do my magic and show you the visual. Now that NFL draft song that you just watched, Bryan Perez, how many of our players were in that song? Me that we tell.
I was counting. I saw David Bell, Treylon Burks. I saw Romeo Doubs was in there. I saw a couple flashes there.
It's like subliminal message.
Yep. It's true. It's all Phil's favorite guys. I wonder how that works.
The only guy I didn't put in there is
So weird.
Georgie pizzas and Linderbaum because I was focusing on the receivers. But
you know what it is, though? Like I was saying before, and I believe this in any walk of life, no matter what you're doing, whatever the career industry is. If you're passionate about what you do, success ultimately ends up finding you, right? If you're really passionate about why you're waking up every day and what you're putting your time and effort into, things like what you guys have been able to build with this network happen. It takes time, it takes energy, it takes effort, but fans, especially in the sports media world, fans are drawn to that passion. That's why sometimes, and I had a little, had it out with some Bears beat writers this week on Twitter, but sometimes the guys that are at household or covering the team on a daily basis lose that connection to the fan because they don't have that same passion for what they're doing. What you guys are doing, what I try to do every day, the foundation of it all is a passion for the team. You hear it by putting these songs together, the videos you guys do, all the cool edits and things that you guys are, that takes, like, people have to realize that takes a lot of time, right? I mean, you might hop into a YouTube show and it's there and it's all these cool graphics and sound bites and clips and so on. That takes a lot of time behind the scenes to do, and to do that every day, to keep up that effort. It's all about that passion, man. So I'm not surprised you guys are where you are, and I won't be surprised with how much further you take it, because your passion isn't going to burn out, right? And Bears fans' passions aren't going to burn out. And when that marries up, you end up having a successful product.
Hey, you handled that back and forth with Mr. Emma the right way. By the way, Brian, I thought that was great. Hey, thanks for promoting my article. I'm like, that was the best way to do it. That was the
Chris
ultimate.
is a friend
that was
of
the
our
ultimate.
show.
Go fuck yourself in the nicest possible way.
I mean, to be honest, he tried sharing an article of mine as if it proved that I wrote something similar about a minicamp one. In fact, it was just completely different.
Yeah, he didn't read the article. Right.
I mean, it was literally completely different. It was about like where players are lined up as possibly being a clue to draft strategy versus Justin Fields throwing some interceptions in his first workout with his teammates in months with a new offense and a new play caller. I mean, it's apples and oranges. I mean, that whole knee-jerk reaction to Fields in the voluntary minicamp. I usually stay on the sideline. I don't, throw any gas into the fire, but that I had to.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I thought you
fuck yourself.
Well, I'm just keeping it 100 because we always worry about guests, and Shayne texts me privately, like, make sure he's over time. We're going to bring on our next guest, Matthew Karstensen, but you have an out right here, Brian, if you have to go.
Man, I'm good.
All right.
Good.
See, Shayne?
I'm keeping it 100, man.
There you go.
Okay. But before we bring him out and I have to introduce him too. I won't get as emotional, promise, at all. I'll yell at him. Can I get a station ID from you? Because then it'll be way too late and Shayne can leave and all this stuff might happen. I don't know. So can you do a station ID? And then I'm going to introduce the next segment. So what you're going to do, Bryan Perez, is you're going to say who you are, where you're from, and you're keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network.
So how many takes do I have to get this right?
Well, it took Akeem Hicks, truthfully, 11. It took Dan Wiederer.
Chris Emma did it in 2 takes.
Now you're throwing down the wrong. I got you. So you got to give it one more time to me.
Okay, you are going to say, I'm just pretending to be you. This is Bryan Perez, attorney at law in the draft. No, Bryan Perez, Draft Network, from the Draft Network. I'm keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network.
You got it, man.
Okay, I got you in a 3. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
This is Bryan Perez from the Draft Network, keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies Network.
Boom.
One and done.
One and done, baby.
Clip it. Clip it. Speaking of clip it, where is this guy? Do we have his intro? Don't ever direct when I'm direct. Ladies and gentlemen, from a year ago to today, one man predicted it right. The Tape Never Lies Network's one and only live mock draft right now with the psychic, the draft psychic, Bears nerd. It's his turn to shine. The live Cars mock draft. There it is. There he is. And he's got his naggy curls on. Look at him. He's all over. Let's throw curls.
Yeah, sorry I was late. I was blowing these things out. So, it takes a lot of work to get these kind of into shape.
You were blowing what?
Yeah.
Pause.
It was 23 and 37 seconds, or 2:31 and 37 seconds.
So, Cars, you nailed this last year.
I did.
Second annual night before the draft, Cars mock draft. He pulled off the trade up Bryan last year for Justin Fields in round one. So, yeah, we were.
He predicted the trade up. He predicted it only. You went to 9.
Yes, I went to 9 instead of 11. Yeah.
But you still predicted the actual selection, which was money.
That's impressive. Before we get into your mock, that was probably the closest feeling of pure euphoric Bears fan joy that I've had since the Devin Hester return in the Super Bowl. And they made that trade up for Fields. And I think that the amount of pressure, if you think about it, the amount of pressure that's on him to actually pan out, because he is literally, in my lifetime as a Bears fan, we thought Jay Cutler came to Chicago with a lot of expectations. It pales in comparison to what Fields represents, because I literally almost dropped to my knees. I know it sounds like the nerd alert. I almost dropped to my knees when they did that trade and drafted Fields. That's how much of an impact it had on me after decades of watching this team. So
we reacted on the
show. I've seen that clip of you guys going nuts. That's awesome.
It was pretty universal overall. Like that, the Cutler deal for the most part was pretty universal as well at the time that it happened. The Mitch thing was definitely not at the time it happened, but that was the most that I've ever seen. Like all of Bears fandom be like, "Yeah, we did it. We got the guy. We're good."
The problem too with Mitch, what made that different is, the Bears fans, the Bears in a way became like the butt of the joke after the draft. Right? The trade represented something that was such a misguided decision by Ryan Pace. He would have fell to at 3. They traded multiple first rounders. And then there was
Deshaun Watson there. Champion.
And it's funny because, again, I keep going back to all these Senior Bowl stories, but we were there for the year that the Bears were coaching there, and Ryan Pace was there, and there was a media scrum at one point, and he was asked, what do you look for in a quarterback if you're going to draft a quarterback? And he literally went down a checklist of things that you would say appear in Deshaun Watson's scouting report: experience, winning pedigree, proven leader, all this stuff. And I remember writing an article that night from Mobile saying, write it in Sharpie. The Bears are going to draft Deshaun Watson, because you could not have confused his messaging.
Exactly.
Because it's so clear. And yet he goes in the draft, trades up for the guy that literally had the least experience, never won anything, didn't create a winning culture at North Carolina. He went against, he was blowing smoke to hide his love for Trubisky, when in fact the smoke would have been the smarter strategy. So
Dabo called him the Michael Jordan of college football, right? And so it just felt preordained at that point in time. And you're just like, all right, this is.
I can remember.
I thought it was it.
They did the trade up, and Ian Rappaport, if you go back and watch
Solomon
it, he
Thomas.
came on. Yeah, he's like, yeah, this move is for Solomon Thomas, and I'm like, we moved up one fucking spot and gave all of that up for a fucking 3-tech. There's no way. And then they said quarterback. I'm like, Mitt, I couldn't I wanted him to go quarterback, just not that one.
It's something we'll all have to remember. I mean, the Jets still took Ken O'Brien over Dan Marino, and the Chiefs back then took, what was his name? Something Black. What was his name? Blackledge. Thank you. Yeah. This is that money shot you got to get right. I remember with Bryan, I was like, gotta take fucking Deshaun Watson. I mean,
we were on the same page.
Just you know what? How can you fuck it up? Like,
it's funny because Phil, you referenced that Dan Marino draft, and that's kind of been the gold standard for like taking the wrong quarterback.
Right.
I think passing on Mahomes from Trubisky is going to be, you know, what our kids talk about as the standard for passing on taking the wrong quarterback. Yes. It sucks for Bears fans to have to live through that, but that's another reason why Justin Fields is kind of like the ultimate football cleanse. Not only does he, you know, rid the demons of having no franchise quarterback in the history of the organization. I mean, I'm still of the opinion that Jay Cutler was an above average to very good starter, but not a franchise quarterback.
Yep.
So if you eliminate him from the equation, or you can go back to Jim McMahon. I mean, we're talking about a different era and generation of football in the mid-'80s where quarterbacking was very, very different than it is now. So Justin Fields is trying to, first of all, erase 100 years of franchise history of not having a 4,000-yard passer, no franchise quarterback, and erase from memory, like Men in Black, the whole Mitch Trubisky era. That's a lot. If this kid does it, I mean, you're talking about a Hall of Famer. I know it's crazy to make that kind of prediction after 1 year, but if he can rise to the level of being a franchise quarterback in Chicago with all that has basically stacked against him, I think you're going to see not just a really good NFL quarterback, but a special career. That's what I think is going to come from him.
This was the night right here.
I mean,
Adam Schefter reporting quarterbacks still on the board. It's time for one to be traded up for.
Here we
Chicago's
go.
trading up.
Yes!
What?
Oh my Here God. It is!
Schefter just reported.
Here it is! Baby. Let's go! Here we go, baby!
It's official! Chicago Bears select quarterback Justin.
There it
Listen,
is.
you got to play that over and over and over again when the number 7 pick is on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Remind Bears fans of what that means, because that is the 2022 draft is the gift that keeps giving, and we still are relishing in that moment of that. Your guys' reaction is literally, but again, we talk about passion, right? You see it right there. Any Bears fan who wants to get analysis in big moments during the season, at any point in the season, you want to connect with the people who are giving you that analysis. And I don't mean to go back to the beat writers or anything like that, because there's some guys on the beat that are really good dudes, but that passion, you cannot fake that, right? And when you have such an organic, legitimate, real desire to see this team win and succeed, it comes out in the content you create. But I look at football media now, not to get totally off topic here, but I look at football media now. There's no such thing as beat writers or bloggers or aggregators. It's content creators. Everybody is a content creator. We're in an era where you could be on TikTok talking about the Bears. You can be on Twitch. You could be on YouTube. You can be a managing editor for a fan site. You could be in many different roles, but everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's creating content to be consumed by the fan. And it's the people who create the content from a source of passion that rise above the rest. And that's why I think you see some very defensive, not just talking about Chicago, all around the country, some very defensive beat reporters, because they're losing clicks and they're losing eyeballs and they're losing faithful followers to the content creators that overflow with that passion. The night the Bears picked Justin Fields and what you guys did in reaction to that, and Shayne, seeing your son in the background, sharing that moment with you.
Yeah.
If you're a Bears fan and you don't feel that and want to be aligned with that, then you're not a Bears fan. I mean, you're just
to be
not a
fair,
Bears fan, right?
Shayne did say he would trade his son.
Yeah, he actually traded his son.
He could trade up. I think I traded him to New York at that point. Yeah.
Hey, Brian, real quick, what's your address so we can send the check for all the hype that you're giving us?
Hey, listen, man.
We do have to send him some swag.
No,
so we
for real.
can get some TTNL swag on you.
Yeah.
So,
Nah, man, it's I speaking about swag, I was on Adam Rank's podcast not too long ago, and he was wearing your guys' swag.
Yeah.
yes,
He's
a big fan, and he's a
he's
great
a good dude,
friend
man.
of
He's one of
mine.
the good ones.
He
great
came
person.
on immediately
He came on,
after
yeah.
the Fields pick, and
I
his
wonder
first words were, "What the fuck?" That's the way that he let it off.
Brian, did you have answers for his questions, or did you have 45-minute awkward pauses? Just asking for a friend.
Phil actually plays linebacker next year besides Roquan. Gibson should be the third edge. That's probably a pretty good point, Red Hot Duck. You mentioned bringing in some of the free agents from the Colts, too. Who do you think is going to play that linebacker spot?
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days.
Yeah,
of our lives.
It'll really depend on who they want to bring in.
That's all, folks.
See, when you say that stats lie, Brian, that's what we're talking about. When some
Listen,
people don't have numbers
Phil,
in front of us.
as Phil can attest, I am never one who who's short for words.
Right.
I don't know anyone on that network, on this network, that's like that. Yeah, there's no one that's like that at all, Brian.
Nobody. We even hired a guy right here.
Hey.
He talks a lot as well. Everybody's on this show. Alan Cars.
Hi, Cars.
Alan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Producer here, TTNL.
So, should
There
we
you go,
intro this?
Alan.
Cars
Yes.
has all the he's got the guy from the Draft Network here. His wife is pestering him in the chat room. I see.
He's got all the distractions.
Yes. He's got to perform under pressure, but Cars or Phil, do you want to intro this?
The intro?
This
I gave him the
segment?
intro.
Oh, did you already do it?
Yeah, I played or did you the song, the mock draft song? Or
You did the Cars mock intro? You did it?
Yeah, you didn't watch it?
I must have been paying attention to my phone.
Yeah, look what happened to Cars.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring this up here because we are.
You are tired, aren't you?
A little bit.
That's what that song is.
This is the draft. The Draft Network online. One for Bryan Perez.
Is that the wide receiver from Liberty?
That gets some
Points.
That wakes you up. There's the work that ass. That's what we do with Cars. We're always putting them to work.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go, Cars.
Shift us off, Cars.
Cars.
Are you ready to go, sir?
We need some mock draft music other than work that ass for daddy.
Let's see what they got here.
You got something?
What is your message to the fan base?
They should have hope. They should have hope because
they should have hope. Cool, Kennedy. You heard the GM.
Everybody's got to understand the acronym for this year's draft is ABPG. Anybody but Phil's guy. That is how we're rolling with it.
Stop
That's how
it.
we're doing this, and we're going.
Sounds like me and my guy Brian have the same draft board almost.
Could be.
So now you're taking shots at him too.
No, just you. Just you. I want to be clear, Phil. Just you.
So Cars, remember you can do trades and whatever. So you're gonna tell me how far you want me to run this down and
now that Bratcher has ability to add music, Cool Kennedy could send our new producer some instrumental so we don't have to play this bullshit.
That's right. Yeah, I'd say we pause around 25 to see where the board has gone.
I gotta put on my reading glasses, Brian. I'm getting old.
Hey man, listen, I'm still fighting that fight. I'm squinting and moving my position. I won't put the glasses on yet.
Could we get Draft Network to Paige? Can you please make the font bigger? Please help us old.
All right.
All right, so this is let's see. Aiden Hutchinson went number 1, and all signs are pointing to that probably not being the case. I know there was who was the verified guy tonight that talked about.
There were a couple. Diamond something.
Trayvon Walker will indeed be the guy, but we will see.
Okay.
Which,
Walker
by the way,
goes
I love this because at the beginning of the year, someone was showing like the average place for him was 28th.
Yeah.
And now he's moved all the way up to most likely your number
Is this
1.
the Mike Mamula, Brian?
Hey, man, Phil, I mean, you're taking it right from my brain, man. I wouldn't. Look, Trayvon Walker looks the part. He's going to win the get off the bus contest. He's going to run faster than everybody in pads. But, this kind of goes against some of the things I was saying before where production can lie. Well, sometimes the lack of production can sometimes tell the truth when you have a guy who should be absolutely unstoppable. The only thing I think that gives him a little bit of hope is if you look back many years ago, not many years ago, but a few drafts ago, when Danielle Hunter was coming out of LSU, he didn't have a lot of production as an edge rusher for LSU. The way they used him, the way they schemed their defense, I think he had like 3 sacks at LSU, and then he comes to the Vikings, and he's one of the best sack artists in the league. So
but he was also a 3rd rounder, right?
3rd round pick.
Yeah, Hunter was, But Hunter's. But that's the profile. If you're drafting Trayvon Walker, you're saying he's a Danielle Hunter, not a Mike Mamula. But I mean, there's a lot of guys that wash out. They test like Hercules and play like Jane, or is that the right analogy there?
Yeah,
but
we'll roll with it. But I mean, that one concerns me because you've got like Quay, you've got Nakobe, you've got Phillips. Like you've got these guys where he's getting one-on-ones. He's not necessarily just the guy you've got to stop, and he's still not doing it. So that's the concern there with him.
Olave going to New England, and our boy Brian going to the Cardinals. Karlaftis.
Kenyon Green is always the bellwether for me. That's the guy that
if he was there, I would take Kenyon Green at 39.
At 100%. That's about the part that I think he'd be a guy to me that polls would move up for, and so that's why 25 I thought would be the part.
Look who's still hanging around on the board, number 31 in the rankings.
Oh boy,
still hanging around.
So today, Dan is reporting on the Dan Patrick show.
Yes.
The surprise team that will go quarterback in round 1 that nobody is talking about is indeed number 26, the Tennessee Titans. He reported that from his source and somebody in the know. They are trying to keep that as quiet as possible and not say anything about these quarterbacks whatsoever. But he was reporting that Tennessee he expects Tennessee to go quarterback tomorrow night. So that's going to be the more the merrier. That's the way that I'm looking at it. Get these guys off the board. But Cars, you are back up here. Where would you like me to run this to?
So that was Kenyon was the point for me, right? Like that was a guy that I was hoping to see to fall. I just don't see us. So for people that the way I do this is I do this the way I think the Bears will do this. And so there is a cost to move up that I think that they would look at for certain players. I would just honestly let this roll until our pick at this point. I just don't see a whole lot. Like the board has fallen a certain way. I just don't see it happening.
Give me some fucking names.
There it is. Giving them some names. The Bears are trying to trade up.
All right, so the Pittsburgh Steelers have offered you number 52 and number 138 for number 39 overall, Cars.
And tonight we allow trades.
Yes.
Correct, Shane?
Yes. Stephanie Karstensen said those are the rules, and that's what we're going to abide by.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
No shit.
You guys are going to listen to her? Marriage not. Is that what I've been doing wrong?
Listen, we don't want to get in trouble with your wife. So, yes, we listen to her.
Trust me, when I have a black eye tomorrow, I don't.
You're not a fan?
I would like the extra 4th, but I don't. I kind of feel like this draft around 55 really thins out quite a bit, right? Like
you can also counter offer through the Draft Network.
Can we? Let's
Simulator.
try it.
You,
Let's see.
Cool Kennedy, you talked about a trade down. Do you like that offer?
So
Yeah, I did the second round, but I mean, if you feel like you guys, like Poe said, if he feels like there's guys that'll fall, but I do the second round. That's the 48.
48.
Yeah, the second pick.
Cars, what would be your
I would
counter
want
offer?
the third for the 84 to move up. So I would look
Wants
to
the
the
third.
fourth to see if they do the third.
And take away the fourth or get
Yeah.
both?
No, I think that would be a no. I think that.
Am I sending this offer?
Yes, you are.
Here it goes. We are using, by the way,
And
the Draft Network.
So the trade has been
Software.
consummated, and the Bears have now acquired an extra third-round pick along with
Look.
number 52.
This is
overall.
what we do.
Why is this going so freaking fast? Did this just go by all of our picks?
Oh my God!
You
You
just selected somebody.
Oh,
You
good
selected
Lord,
somebody.
Brian! What is Paige DeMacos doing with this?
I have no comment on this glitch.
Who did they?
But I will say, he ended up with a good pick.
Yeah, Christian Watson, I'm not going to sit here and disagree with.
Jesus.
Oh,
The
my
value there is
God.
all right.
That
I
was
was feeling this
anticlimactic.
draft.
Yeah.
I was feeling the trade down. I was
Well, I mean, I can start it over. Cars. So at 48, you had Watson, Winfrey, Logan Hall, Sean Ryan, and you can see who's left over on the
Watson would have been the person.
That would have been your pick.
that would have been your pick.
Yes.
Paige, we apologize. For,
Yeah, I'm not sure why that did that, but that was.
that thing was moving. It looked like my boy Treylon Burks at the goal line.
The whole reason is he's kind of more of a West Coast scheme. He's got the size and speed. He kind of fits a bunch of different things. I think he would have made a whole lot of sense at that point.
You have to pause it, says Steve Varga.
Well, I was
Sure
trying to
Shayne
pause it,
figured
yeah.
that out. It was flying.
Yeah.
Who went before?
Thanks for letting me know I needed to stop that though when it was at warp speed. Couldn't figure that out at all.
Sky Moore, who Bryan Perez loved.
I do too.
Cars, would you have went with an Alec Pierce
Oh man,
over?
there's a no-brainer on the board right now.
Oh,
Alec, I think, would still be available with one of the two third-round picks, and I think this is a draft where you double up.
what?
Here.
I don't see Pierce falling, but this is your draft. This is your
Oh.
draft.
It'd be nice if we had Ryan Pohl's like secret
Yeah.
app. We can like do a secret.
This
poll
guy
for
has
people.
predicted pace. One
this-
Ryan, he's done. Can he do two?
So,
This is
Brian, who is your no-brainer here?
I am sprinting as fast as possible to take George Pickens here.
Oh, look at that. That makes Barlissimo happy. I'll tell you that.
That is one of my do not.
There's
touch
Jackals
guys.
clapping. I'm with
Wow, so we got
Cars.
a disagreement in the war room.
I'm with Cars. He's a hothead and arrogance. Is he going to fit my culture? Cars. Is he going to? Would you double up on receivers as well, Brian? He took Watson at 48 and said that would have been his pick.
So I think coming away from the second round with Christian Watson and George Pickens, you know, the draft is a 50-50 crapshoot on players. I think you're almost ensuring you're getting the closest you could possibly get with a second round haul in guaranteeing one of these guys are going to pan out as an alpha true wide receiver one. We talked about Watson needing a lot of development. George Pickens is going to come in day one, be a starter in the NFL. He's got the potential character issues, but look, I mean, the best wide receivers in the league, man, they're divas. We know that they got that edge. You get him, you know, first couple of years on a rookie deal, he's going to probably be the kind of player who wants that big money sooner than later. But there's a lot of these same concerns with AJ Brown. He was coming out. Pickens, to me, a natural talent in the draft. If he played 2021, no ACL, fully healthy, George Pickens is a lock top 20 pick, pure talent. So to get him at 52.
Did he change your mind, Cars?
Well, we don't want groupthink. We don't want groupthink. That's
he's not thinking like you. He's going
There's
somewhere
two
else.
things that concern me. One is a little bit of the diva. Two, though, is the injury history and the literally the bottom half of that body. Those are some skinny toothpick legs that that with the injuries that he had, those two things combined are what has made me kind of go, I don't think he's the guy. Phil, the two guys that I'd really be looking here are kind of number 57 and number 58, right? Like, so Salyer, I think at the interior would be a fit. Daniel, though, is the one that I can't get a read on as to whether schematically he would be a fit. He strikes me as a right tackle.
Yeah, I would, if I, as your offensive line coach, 58 would be how I would go based on what I see that they want to do offensively. And this kid is a talent. Brian talked about him earlier. I'm a big fan of Saylor. The ability to be able to play more than one position isn't a strike for an offensive lineman. It's a check in the box. And that would be a great pick there offensively. You get that right guard, and he's an athlete that's versatile enough to play tackle as well. And I think you do yourself a great service there to get Saylor. I wouldn't be unhappy with that pick.
Cars, would you be interested at all? So don't forget, I think it's important that we picked up an extra third rounder. So you're doubling up in the next round also. And you have, to Brian's point, which I think is a great one, if you want to potentially double up at wide receiver, Alec Pierce is still available to go with a Watson Pierce.
And also, I mean, if we look at the rest of the board, we scan through. I don't have the answer right now, but if we just do it as a group, what position do we think is going to thin out faster? Is it going to be wide receiver?
If I gun to my head, guys, I'm going for my guy here, Alec Pierce. That's who I would take.
I couldn't pass.
I believe he's a freaking filthy animal. I would rather have taken him at 48. I think this kid, I compared him to Jordy Nelson, and it's not because of his complexion. I see the intangibles. I see the things. He's in my open for a reason. He's a football guy.
Is there any positions
his
you want to look
ability
at,
away
Cars?
from the ball, Cars, is setting in. This is good exercise. We got our college scouting directors. We got scouts fighting in the chat.
It really comes to edge, interior line, and wide receiver, right? Like those are really, to me, because the way that it looks like it's gone, corner, which is a need, is kind of, to my taste, has gone pretty thin.
If we also look at the impact in 2022,
yes.
Right now, the top pick, Christian Watson, he's going to take some time, right?
Yeah.
So if wide receiver is the goal. And Ryan Poles talked about wanting to add bailout guys for Justin Fields at wide receiver. You know, Alec Pierce, I feel like, is much closer to being ready to contribute right now than Watson. I think, like I said, I know George Pickens has the character concerns, but he's ready to step in and be right there, be Darnell Mooney's 1B away.
So let's look at this way. Say if doubling up at wide receiver is...
You get two linemen in the third, guys.
That's like Cole Strange territory.
And
say if we're interested in doubling up at wideout, what trio excites you guys moving forward more? Darnell Mooney, Christian Watson, and George Pickens? Or do you think that may be a little bit redundant when you could do a Darnell Mooney, Christian Watson, and Alec Pierce?
So I like Mooney, but I mentioned it on the show, the biggest concern I have with him going forward isn't talent. It's just that he's never really done timing as an offense, right? So he's going to have to pick up some of these nuances that he necessarily hasn't. In that regard, to me, Pierce makes the most amount of sense.
Is Winfrey still there too? No, he went. He went.
Yeah.
And another guy right there, Logan Hall, going at 50, is a guy that I think would absolutely be in play down here at 52 if you would have.
Both of them went. Look at this. We were talking about both of those guys, Brian.
Yep.
And they went right after Watson.
So we have 30 seconds to get our pick in, Cars.
Okay, Cars.
All right, I'm going to go.
It goes down to you, bro.
I'm going to go with Salyer here at this point in time because I think
the interior guard.
We got to do this hand in hand and get Justin a little bit of protection. And I feel like this may help some of the other guys stand out a little
So
bit.
this is done deal. Salyer is the pick.
Done
He's
deal.
going against his.
I'm pulling a Philadelphia general manager, and everyone is agreeing on something, and I'm drafting the other guy.
Listen, Brian, you talked about Salyer earlier.
Listen, this would be a really great haul in the second round. You're getting a wide receiver who has upside. I was privy to a scouting meeting prior to the Senior Bowl with one of the main guys in the Senior Bowl scouting department, and they were, this is a very slippery slope and something that's extremely dangerous and something I never do. But they were mentioning the name Randy Moss in terms of athletic profile when they were talking about Christian Watson. And even if you get Randy Moss thrift store version at some point in his career, that's an amazing value. And Salyer, plug and play, day one starter, offensive line just leveled up significantly. So you have a nice blend of long-term upside and immediate impact at two of the biggest positions of need. So nobody's going to complain about that haul.
So you have been offered a trade up option, Cars, to move back up in to round 2. Arizona is offering up pick number 55 overall for picks 71 and 148.
I can't think of a single reason to not take this trade. Because, like I said, around 55 is where this thins back out again. So, yeah.
He's moving up, ladies and
just
gentlemen.
hoping that this friggin' thing doesn't take off in warp speed again and screw up our draft.
It's like a nervous button to push. We've accepted the trade. We are on the clock page.
On the clock.
Made it. There's no glitch.
I mean, you can't pass George Pickens up again.
Oh, 100% I can. Yeah.
Alec Pierce.
They're still there.
In all seriousness, at this point, if that's the way it goes.
David Bell went.
Bell goes to Green Bay.
Cam
Taylor-Britt to New England. And so, Cars, a position group you want to look at, or is this Alec Pierce? Or
this
bust?
is just Alec Pierce at this
point. Look at this guy wheeling and dealing.
So that is official. I'm writing this down in ink.
Yes, you are, sir.
Turning this in.
There we go. Alec Pierce.
All right, I'm good, guys. Thanks. That was fun. Great experience.
Christian Watson,
Sailor,
and Pierce. He's doing some
some
work in the middle of the draft here.
Probably want to, I don't know. This is Jacksonville is offering.
They're third.
Come up to third at 65 for 84 and 150.
That's kind of tough.
I'll tell you right now, this is actually offered to polls on draft day.
Got to do it.
Take that.
There's no. You can't get too attached to a fifth. Yeah, we'll take it.
So he is gonna take this pick. Let me just tell you, his last pick was outstanding, in my opinion. Alec Pierce, I'm a huge fan. You're getting a difference. I like what Shayne did in asking that question, in getting Mooney with a different kind of athlete, with another, what Brian is. I liked what you said. What did you call it? The discount version of Randy Moss. What was it?
The thrift store version.
The thrift store. The thrift store.
Now that stupid Macklemore song's gonna be stuck in my head.
I mean, listen. If this draft class comes away with 3 of the top 55 players in an incredibly deep draft, where player 55 could very easily be player 30 on somebody's board.
Yes.
That's an incredible. This is already, no matter what happens the rest of the draft, this is a win because the Bears addressed their 2 biggest needs with 3 of the best players at their respective positions.
So, Cars, we are on the clock here at 65. You got a guy you're a fan of?
In the edge, I still feel like, especially when we trade Robert Quinn, that we got to.
Oh, don't start.
Well, I know you're a Sanders fan. Might be a little bit early here.
Yeah,
I love Sam Williams at Ole Miss. If you're looking at edges, I know he's had some trouble in his past, but I think he's got some high-end traits that I like in the pass rush, on the edge defender, defensive end. That's giving you pass rush right there.
Yeah, I like Sanders and Kingsley later on as well. Those are two guys that I'm intrigued by.
There's a lot of late buzz about Drake Jackson moving into the first round.
Drake Jackson going to the first.
Hey, listen, believe what you want to believe, but I think maybe the agents have big media in their pocket, but that's what's.
What's your thoughts on DeMarvin Neal? The Bears are needing a 3-tech. Leal. Sorry.
I'm not interior guys as well.
He's still on the board. He's still in the board at defensive tackle.
I can't see this being how it happens on draft day, but
if you got Leal here.
He's there. Look at the
Travis Jones from UConn, baby.
Yeah, because Leal's a 3 technique type of player, right? Like,
yes.
So that
he just runs hot and cold. That's the biggest thing.
Leal buy into the culture, Cars.
This is a great spot to take a hot and cold player, right? You're talking about.
You're down here a little bit.
Yeah, at 65, you're looking for an absolute. Like, this is a guy that would be a home run.
Could
pick.
you be talked into a guy like Cole Strange to be your center?
You have a center, Lucas Patrick.
Cole, but we still have. Don't we still have the next one at 80
No, we traded that one,
That's
right?
right. No, I couldn't. Because if you look at this point, when you look at value, Leal is probably going to get starter reps, right? He's going to get a lot of play time, whereas Strange,
a great point,
mental guy. So, kind of to piggyback on Brian's point, if we go Leal here, I really think that we've drafted 4 starters with the first 4 picks.
Jackal and Alan, you guys throw up the chat too. Here we are in this round. I see Barlissimo. Someone said their guy is Cole Strange here. Strange.
Said it. Yes. Listen, I like Strange a lot. I think that we're going to learn very quickly what the Bears think about white hair.
Jim Nagy, we interviewed Cole Strange, Barlissimo and I did. Jim Nagy reached out to me and said, by his eye, Cole Strange will be a better pro center than Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah,
that came directly from Jim Nagy.
I said Nagy was smoking that Matt Nagy weed.
Well, I think it's important. I mean, you have to take in, like you said, you don't want everybody to be on the same page. I'm listening to everybody, but Cars, this is we have 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yes, it's Leal. You got to get your O-gun kind of replacement here.
Cam Beige tipping his hat for taking him the patron mock draft on Monday night. He made that choice. Here is Cars agreeing with him, 65th.
And again, the reason I'm not looking to make any kind of trades at this moment is I'm looking at this like the way I'm viewing polls and everything that we've talked about.
Yep.
I'm not going to be sacrificing a 4th next year to move up from a round pick this year.
Put it on the all pick so we can see who's going off the board.
Oh, my bad.
No worries.
Yeah, Sanders at about 1.
Juergens went.
Sense.
Strange went.
Yeah,
so Anthony,
I'll pause it right there. And you brought up the name, Phil, and I told you about Tony Pauline. I don't know, Brian, if you heard this at all. Tony Pauline is reporting that Cam Juergens is a hot name moving up, that he expects to go very early in round 2, and he even connected Cam Juergens to 2 teams in round 2. One of them was
pissed, I'll tell you that.
One of them was the New York Giants, and the other was the Chicago Bears.
Juergens is building a lot of momentum. He's a nasty SOB and
technique is his problem, right, Brian?
Yeah.
Yep. It is, and he's also. I mean, again, you look at positional value. That's why these guys. And here's the other thing too, just to keep in mind, something that I've I try to keep these draft rumors that come out late. A lot of these guys do get their intel from agents, and they do have. It's not that they're not being honest with their sourcing, but teams play these guys out. like a fiddle, and
exactly
they get whatever narrative they want out there. I mean, I think that report also said that he could go before Linderbaum. I just don't see that.
Oh my God!
We might be shocked, but I don't see that happening at all.
Jurgens, in breaking down the, me and my father broke down Jurgens on our patron side on X's with the O's. If you're not a patron, I don't know what the heck you're waiting on. The in-depth analysis, Barlissimo, Shayne, my father. We're gonna have some big breaking news here after this mock draft about somebody who's joining the network that I think everybody.
When he says big, this is going to be massive, I would even say.
So when Bryan Perez respects what we're doing here, and this name is revealed about who's joining the network,
Cars may have a heart attack.
Nah,
that'll be the teaser for later. After this,
I need to get a text message from some sources here. Somebody's got to share some information.
Where's our Schefter? Where is our Schefter?
All right, so we are.
I think Jurgens, just real quick, Jurgens, great athlete, poor technique. Sometimes he's too lost in his fundamental assignment. There's no questioning that the foundation of what he could be is there. And I think sometimes Bryan is knocking out of the park. These agents speak it. The teams actually speak it to the agents to get their guy to know. And it's all this game of minutia. It never happens the way they were talking. How many stories have we heard? The Bears were on the telling me that they were going to draft me, and then they never did. And we hear this all the time. So I would be upset at 39 if they had Jurgens, if they passed on Linderbaum that was there too, or one of these receivers.
Well, that was my.
I think he's a 4th or 5th round.
That was my prediction the other night to make your head explode live on air. If they Linderbaum and Jurgens were both available.
Imagine. Yeah. Oh my God, Bryan.
So Cars, we are now on the clock. At
here we are.
And Phil is going to be banging the table for a 3rd wide receiver, I believe.
Right there, 161.
Rub-a-dub Doubs.
I knew it was going to be Doubs. Yeah.
Honestly, I would have absolutely zero problem with it because
take another one, Bryan.
This wide receiver core needs
an
infusion of talent.
CK, take another. Bryan spoke on Doubs. I'll just say this. Doubs is in my top 10 receivers in this draft. I love him so much and what he's able to do with the football, without the football, his tracking skills. I don't understand how people don't like this kid more. It baffles me, to be frank. I mean, what did he have? 13 touchdowns. He runs through tackles. He's physical. I don't see any negatives. You would get a steal here in Doubs. Instead of doing the Ryan Pace thing, my last point, and signing a free agent to cover a miss, right here, you're actually drafting potential to protect against maybe Jalen Watson not growing into the NFL, where Doubs comes down and Romeo, where art thou, Romeo?
Came close.
He almost talked you into him?
Bryan, what would be your, just real quick, Cars, before we get to you, Bryan, what would be your thoughts on potentially adding a 3rd rookie wideout in the draft class?
I think at this point, can we see the offensive lineman on the board?
There's one.
We only have one right now, right?
We got
Lacitas. Either one.
Is Lacitas there?
There's your offensive tackles.
No.
Thins out fast. This group thins out real.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not that this is fast. We're late in the draft, but
no.
I mean,
my guys.
Again, you gotta go best player available, right? I mean,
yeah, you have to.
Brock Hoffman, our guy out there. Talk to Brock
today. Brock Hoffman, yeah. Lindstrom.
What about safeties? Who's on the board at safety?
Smoke, I know was there. I believe I saw.
Smoke.
Leon O'Neal.
Mike Carter. Smoke Monday.
Smoke.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no one.
The secondary thins out very, very fast.
So could that be a key
Now here's a really look how this exercise has played out.
Yes,
you're sitting here late day 3, whatever pick we're on now, what round we're in. You got a guy like Romeo Doubs who falls, right? He'd be great value here, but maybe a little bit of overkill.
Yeah.
If they can play the game, this chess game and the draft, perhaps seeing how quickly offensive line does thin out, seeing how a wide receiver does fall, even Reggie Roberson has some upside. Seeing how wide receivers fall down to this spot, we might end up seeing, instead of 2 wide receivers in that second round or however we handled it, if they have this board, the vertical and horizontal board, they might already know, hey, look, between picks 150 and 210, we're going to find a receiver who's not that far off from a receiver we can get in the 3rd round or in the top 90. But the offensive line is going to drop off a cliff. It could change what they do with one of the earlier picks, just seeing how this has fallen. I mean, you can't pass on Romeo Doubs, right? He's the best player on the board. But what are our picks? Shayne, could you just click our picks to see what the draft class looks like right now?
And Bryan, though, to peek on that, right? Someone did I like numbers, that's why I'm in hurt. But you don't find potential 1,000-yard receivers outside of the 2nd round, right? Like those are very few,
very rare. Yeah,
we can fall in love with these guys, but realistically, the idea that would hit that's why I think there will be one early. Is when you just look at it, like for every Tyreek Hill there's Anthony Millers that are littered all over the place and worse. So it's tough.
And think about it. A guy like Romeo Doubs gets drafted here. What's the depth chart looking like right now? I got Darnell Mooney, he's a lock to make the team. You got Byron Pringle's a lock to make the team. I would think David Moore is pretty close. I mean, maybe he's got to earn his role, but he's going to probably be a lock. The Quantum St. Brown, I'm assuming, familiarity with Getsy. They signed him in free agency for a reason. He's probably a lock. You got 2 rookies picked here. You're up to 6 wide receivers already. You take Romeo Doubs as a 7th. They're not going to carry 7 on game day.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Bryan, if you're choosing between the potential of Romeo Doubs versus the veteran that's bounced around the league and David Moore, who are you going to go with? Because I think that is the debate that this would potentially come down to.
That's a really good question, Shayne. Honestly, it's a really good question. And the probably prevailing opinion would be that Romeo Doubs offers more intriguing long-term value than David Moore. But me personally, when they signed David Moore, I was really intrigued by that. And I think, let's say right now, David Moore as a player is ranked 162 on this board, and Romeo Doubs is 161. Which wide receiver am I drafting? The David Moore that we've seen how he kind of looks and plays in the NFL, or the Romeo Doubs, what we think he could be in the NFL? I might still go with David Moore. I know it sounds crazy because he has done nothing and he's bounced around, but remember, he signed a free agent contract to Carolina after a couple good years in Seattle. He just, it didn't work out for him. It's a fresh start. There's probably just as good of a chance that he'll be good as there will be Romeo Doubs will be good. And we already got 2 big body guys in the 2nd round. Romeo Doubs is kind of like maybe a little in between Pringle and Pierce with his physical makeup. I don't know. I mean, I get it why we would go Doubs, but it could be a little bit of overkill. But best player available in an era of rebuilding, Doubs is that guy. I am a little intrigued by Daniel Bellinger, the tight end from San Diego State. You talk about a guy that can play, a little bit of that pass catching role. And depth chart at tight end, I mean, it's Cole Kmet and a bunch of guys, right? Bellinger might have a little bit of upside there. I like Horsted. I don't know. I think, look, my philosophy on day 3 picks in this range, who's the best athlete, who's got the best size, strength, speed combination, right? Because the game is a big man's game, it's a fast man's game, it's a strong man's game. Which guy here has the best combination of that, and roll the dice on that? I don't know. Maybe. Oh man, Cole Melton's sitting there at 176.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a crazy, weird, kind of deepish draft for wide receiver when it's.
Well, there's two wide receivers there too that the Bears have been connected to on visits in Jalen Naylor and Samori Toure. I believe Barrelissimo's a big Toure fan. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn here. George will let us know if he's not, but I think he is. But those are two guys. But I know Cars, we are starting to go.
McCallum.
Yeah, that corner.
George is a fan of. We've watched him and the high upside from Sam Houston.
Kalen Barnes is going to give you return ability right out of the gate.
Alma mater of Josh McCown.
Bo Mountain's a freak athlete. Bo Mountain's the guy that's going to get drafted on day 3. It's going to play a long time in the league.
Well, this is another thing too that we have to take into consideration down here, guys, is special teams ability. Romeo Doubs, is he a guy that's going to give you anything there?
Can punt return.
Yep.
He's not twitchy punt returner. He's fearless, and he'll take it up in there.
Pause.
Thank you.
Kalen Barnes, man. If you're talking about special teams, Kalen Barnes, and we need to cover that secondary situation.
Mm-hmm.
That
Smoke.
Yeah.
What about Smoke?
Sense there. Smoke is more of a. Isn't he a box guy? I mean,
Yeah.
I would go Kalen
The
at
kid
that.
from Sam Houston State is. I mean, if you're going to be talking about traits, and that's another thing that's going to be brought up when you're down in this. What's that?
You know what I love about this exercise is this is where good scouting departments make their money.
Oh, hell
because it's it's not that it's easy to pick from the top 50, but those guys, even if half of them end up being bad scouting reports, this whole groupthink thing does prevail in that range. This is where there is no groupthink. These guys are all going to be, it's going to come down to the area scouts, who bangs the table the loudest for these guys, which front office has done their most homework, and, fit for the current scheme and system. Shayne, you're 100% right. The guys that make the team from this range are guys that can play special teams.
Yep.
I don't know. My eyes keep going to Bo Mountain.
I'm going
But that might be
Romeo Doubs. Romeo Doubs would be my fight, slam the table. I like him better than your first receiver taken, Jalen Watson. That's how high I am on
Christian
Doubs.
Watson. Jalen Watson's a corner.
Sorry, I meant Christian. I had Jalen in my head.
Let me ask you this: seeing how this board has fallen, I saw somebody in the chat made a good point. Like he said, I don't know who said it. I apologize for not giving credit where it's due, but someone said, "Well, this is why you don't take Watson at 48." I mean, it's a really interesting talking point because
Technically, we didn't. That was the Draft Network. Crazy.
He did say he was going to.
It's a really interesting talking point.
Yeah,
and it's a really good exercise to do on the eve of the draft because I really think this is what we're going to be seeing. We're going to see these receivers who maybe don't come with as much fanfare as a Christian Watson. But a guy like Bo Melton, I don't want to keep hammering him. Let's say Romeo Doubs. These guys are all might be closer to being ready to play than Christian Watson. So
it's the mock draft searching for the best.
Why is that so loud?
Yeah,
we're trying. We were just seeing if we can get it. We're looking for the instrumental version of that.
Are we going to try to get out of that position, right? And in round, the difference between what you see historically from a round 2 wide receiver down to a round 4 or round 5, like those numbers and how consistently they look, like we can fall in love with them as prospects, but their ceilings are extremely limited, or more limited than I think we admit. So yeah, Watson is a bit of a home run or strikeout guy, but he's got potential of being a 1,000-yard receiver over and over again. And
how about this question or this option? Let's say we are the Bears scout, the Bears front office right now, and we're having this kind of debate.
Yes.
What about trade down? Maybe somebody wants to come up for this spot.
An option.
Move out of this pick. There's so many guys here we'd be happy with. Maybe we'll slide back a few picks and pick up another pick later.
Yeah, Jacksonville's got 2 picks coming up. Houston, so you could potentially move from 186 to 205 and 207 with Houston. That's not that much of a drop down.
See if we'll take it.
Yeah, let's try it.
Look at this.
All right, let's make a trade. We are
college scouting director has asked
reach out
for
to our
a
friend
trade.
Lovie Smith.
186 for 205 and 207. They are not interested.
They're not biting on that one. Look at them.
That sounds like Lovey.
Lovey has 2 corners he likes. Probably one of them is from Washington State.
Really, right now, you have to. If I look at both talent and weight of the positional need, right? Corner/safety is pretty much number 1 of the way the board is falling.
Right. And based on what we have, your haul, you're going to be
Rams
looking
have
at
2. The Rams have 2 picks at 211 and 212. Cars, is that something that you're interested in?
No, I really just want this exercise to end. So that, but I'm going to leverage Shayne. Barnes, with his return ability, has more of an ability to stay on this team, right, and be more of a player. I know he's pretty developmental in some regards, but he's more of a boundary guy to me, and that's a massive hole. So, yeah, Kalen Barnes would be my pick here.
All righty. Let's get that in.
Here we go. He's taking Kalen. Did we play the drop? No. Hold on. Jackal ain't doing shit. Kalen Barnes has been selected here. Thoughts on that? I know Cool Kennedy likes that pick. Brian, your thoughts on Kalen Barnes?
I hate that pick. That guy, whoever made it, is just a jackass.
We're at a point in the draft where, athleticism.
Romeo Doubs ended up in division, Cars. Thank you for that.
Crying a lot, I can't find the hole.
Well,
the picks came
back
fast
to the all
and furious.
back to the all picks, Shayne, so we could see.
Yep.
There you go.
Josh Jobe, not a fan.
Josh
I'm an Alabama
Jobe.
guy, and I am not
Chase
a fan.
Allen, the tight end. That's it.
So the
That's
trades
draft.
that you made, Cars, you traded. You were involved in the trade. Pick 39 for 52 and 84. You made another trade with Arizona. Pick 55 for 74 or 71 and 148. And trade 3, 65 for 84 and 150, which resulted in your draft class of Christian Watson, wide receiver, North Dakota State, Jamari Salyer, guard from Georgia, Alec Pierce, wide receiver, Cincinnati, DeMarvin Leal, 3-tech, Texas A&M, and Kalen Barnes, cornerback, Baylor. So
I will start off. I'll say I would have taken Pierce over Watson. He ended up getting Pierce. So there you have. I have Doubs over Watson's elite ceiling stuff. I'm concerned about something, but I like Watson. And I love Saylor pick. I believe he's plug and play. He'll be on your offensive line. Pierce will be a starter. DeMarvin Leal, I believe he'll be in the rotation to start at a 3-tech. And so there you go. Getting those types of players is a great haul, in my opinion. And what you did moving around the draft in this exercise, from my point of view, even though I wouldn't have taken Watson, you got value, and I would give this draft a solid B+ to A, almost an A. Almost an A. Shayne, or let's go with Cool Kennedy first.
I would have liked one more player for how much trading we did.
One more.
that's just me though. For how much trading was taking place, I feel like Cars is the guy that wishes for more wishes.
It's always worth a shot when you rub that.
No, where I'm impressed is you're getting me 48, 52, 55, and 65 in this, and it's I mean, really, you went from 39 to obviously you had 48, but you dropped from 39 to 52. If the Bears come away with 48, 52, 55, and 65 on Friday night, I'm going to be a pretty excited Bears fan. I'll tell you that.
Bryan Perez, your thoughts, your grade, the Draft Network. We're using your software. I love what you guys do.
Hit it on the head. I think this type of draft class would be an exciting one, but I think it also is kind of a cautionary tale for Bears fans to kind of prepare yourself for a final draft haul that's still going to feel, I don't know if you want to say incomplete, right? Because you'd like to see more offensive linemen coming to town. You're not going to be able to do everything in one draft. And I think, like Shayne said, getting 4 players in the top, what is it? I need those reading glasses now.
65,
48,
4 in the top 65. I mean, that's a dream scenario. But you think about what Ryan Poles was saying. He wants to acquire more draft picks. I can't see him coming out with a 5-pick class. But if these are the 5 guys, like you said, Phil, you got at least 1 starting receiver from the first 2 drafted. You have a potential starting reps level defensive lineman. And no doubt about it, the right guard issue is resolved in this draft. So, I mean, you really can't complain. And then it's just going to be at the polls to go into veteran free agency. And the very underrated part of this year's draft, everybody's got to remember, this year's draft has the most eligible players that we've seen in so long because of the COVID year. Undrafted free agency is going to be a legitimate, 8th round. And there's going to be a lot of talent that falls out of the draft. And I think you're going to see the Bears sign a couple guys that are going to make the roster. That, maybe 1 or 2 undrafted free agents hang around, a couple stick on the practice squad. You're probably going to see more than that this year than we have in years past. So don't necessarily be discouraged by a draft class of 5 or 6 guys that doesn't check every box. Pay really close attention to the names that Ryan Poles signs after the draft, because those guys are going to be, in a traditional year, the guys that get signed after the draft this year might have been 6th-round picks in traditional years. So that's a very important thing for fans to pay attention to, because those guys are going to stick around too.
And I think one thing that is very underrated that we need to obviously focus on is this next Tuesday after the draft is when the free agents that will no longer affect the compensatory formula that comes into effect, that falls off on Tuesday. And I think that's when you're going to see a guy like Xavier Rhodes, a Chicago Bear. I think that makes sense.
Saying
it's not going to make Bears fans excited, but that's the veteran influence that's going to help out a guy like Jalen Johnson. You don't have to put the kid from, or who's the
Corey Graham Jr.
No, not Corey Graham. Thomas Graham. You don't have to force him into playing right off. And, that veteran cover 2 guy that is familiar with Eberflus coming from Indy. I fully expect him to be a guy that's going to be a Bear on Tuesday or Wednesday after the draft. And I mean, the Bears have 21 slots open right now, limited amount of draft picks. So you're going to see a long list of UDFAs along with potentially 4 to 5 veteran NFL free agents with guys like Xavier Rhodes. So,
and Eric Fisher is still unsigned, right?
Yep.
Yes, he is.
He's got Kansas City and Indianapolis ties, so I'd keep an eye on him too.
Yeah, I think they're sold on Borom as a left tackle. I think they're sold on Tevin being a right tackle, but I don't think they're sold on Borom there. So that would make sense.
You know how I feel about stats. Really, stats are for losers. Final scores for winners, and that's really what it's about.
Final score is a stat.
Well, it is a stat, I guess. The W or the L is not a number. I will say this, fellas. Have you started spring cleaning yet?
Uh-oh.
The carpets need a cleaning, the drapes need a dusting, and your lawn needs a mowing. Spring has sprung, and global leaders in below-the-waist grooming, Bryan Perez, have the best tool for cleaning aisle 5 in your pants. That's right. Time to clear out the winter bush and join the 4 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped by going to manscaped.com for 20% off plus free shipping with the code ShyCitySports. Manscaped has full package you need for spring cleaning this year. The Performance Package 4.0 is the only tool you'll need to keep your boys looking and smelling fresh. Pause. Tulips. Your partner wants tulips that your partner. You see what I did there? To start off your spring cleaning, use Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer to get you the most precise shave on the hedges. Did we mention it's waterproof as well? So Cool Kennedy could bring it into the shower. No need to worry about watering your grass with Tool. Equipped with an LED light for CLAUDIO, so you know it'll be a major asset to the new shower routine. Finish off your grooming routine with the Plow 2.0. Who doesn't like to plow? I know Bryan Perez used to plow. The perfect razor for the finest shave on your face, because if you're using your Lawnmower 4.0 on your balls and or Mr. what was his name? Ritter, you're going to love it. It's not wrong for your boys. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code ShyCitySports at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with the code ShyCitySports at manscaped.com. It's time to throw out the old hygiene habits and upgrade your life with Manscaped. There you go. Manscaped.
I think that ad read just inspired a new song you have to write, man.
We do.
Remember, we wanted to, man. We
have one. We have one. We're just waiting for Manscaped to take care of my boy.
Pony up a
CK.
little bit more.
They got to pony up a little bit if they want the whispers of Manscaped. Yes, it's actually officially Grown Man Christmas Day. It's 12:08. We've been going for 3 hours and 38 minutes. We've had big announcements. And before we get to shout outs, we got the biggest announcement.
Uh-oh. Buckle up, kids.
I'm telling you right now, we don't even have anything produced because we weren't ready. I kid. I kid. Look at Bryan.
I love it.
Listen.
Breaking news. The tape never lies. Network breaking news.
Mom. That's right. That's what I said. As soon as this guy came and approached me and wanted to be a part of this. This guy was a guest on the network and really took a liking to the family, the understanding of football, and breaking down tape for truth and relating to the fans. I was a fan of this guy as a kid. I told him the story. My mother used to go to the Starter outlet in New Haven, Connecticut, and anything that had a glitch, a wrong stitch, would be on a rack. And that was the only way we can get Bears stuff in Connecticut, because Starter Company would make those Starter replica jerseys. I know Bryan probably wore a Curtis Enos one or a John Theory. I remember CLAUDIO rocking. I kid you not.
Yep.
So we would go down there, and I didn't have money for East Bay magazine. I think that was the other way you got them.
Oh,
so,
yeah. Who didn't have East Bay?
Anyway, we talk a lot here, but in all honesty, I'm super excited, and we're going to have this guy on the show tomorrow night live. He'll be at the NFL draft. as a analyst there and a member of TTNL. He will have his own show on the network. You're going to have to become a patron. And he is Shayne. Do we have a drum roll? No, we don't.
That's a pathetic one, but yes.
This was pathetic.
If you like,
he isn't pathetic. Quarterback. Former Bears quarterback. Number 12. Eric Kramer will have his own show with me, my dad, on the network.
That's awesome.
Gangsters, what's up, guys?
He even wants the name for himself, Kramer's QB School. And every week on Thursday, we're going to be breaking down Justin Fields, the offense live right here on TTNL with Eric Kramer. He's going to be talking about it tomorrow night, but I wanted to, Shayne strategically wanted to break that news tonight. Obviously, he's been a fan favorite on the network. Let's get all the guys here on the network. I'm super excited. Former Chicago Bear, coaching now out in Cali. And it's like, Phil, I want to be a part of this. And I'll let him speak on it because coming from me, you know, you're going to have some trolls and haters. But I didn't pay Bryan Perez or anybody to watch this network. I didn't pay Bryan to say these nice things tonight. I just truly mean this from the bottom of my heart. I talk a lot, but I put a lot of work into this network, from these little things like the Christmas thing. I did 20 minutes before the show. I think I sent it to Shayne. Maybe I'm 40 minutes. Of course, I didn't produce anything for the Eric Kramer announcement, but I did that. But this is the stuff that separates us. And Eric was like, you guys relate to the fans. You come in with the truth, and I'll let him speak on it. But any of you guys, I saw Alan, you said something right away. So go ahead, Alan. What did you
Kramer. I love it. My first jersey was an Eric Kramer jersey growing up. I have been on other podcasts with him. He does a great job breaking down stuff. I can't believe you got him. That's amazing. Like, who am I? Shit, God.
He got us. And
I still don't know, Alan. I have no idea.
He is pissed about cars standing him up.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck cars. No, he doesn't.
We had to have the tough talk with Steve Stenstrom. He wanted in, but we went with Eric Kramer. Moses Marino was knocking on our door. Like, you know, we went with EK. But it's going to be fun. Phil and I talked about it pretty early on when we first had Eric on, and just the camaraderie, and we meshed very, very well.
So we got two 90s Bears on our network, Jay. Chris Zorich.
Really enjoyed.
Former Notre Dame All-American, two-time All-American.
Yeah.
This guy's got more awards than Alan Bratcher.
Just to show you what Eric's thought process was when Phil and I were talking about, you know, moving forward with this and really, you know, kind of involved, you know, potentially just trying to offer Eric. He didn't want just quarterbacks. Correct, Phil. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. He didn't want to
find who the hissing is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I went all the way around. Is it mine?
I'm not sure. But yeah, he didn't want to concentrate just on quarterbacks. He wants to involve it all. So you're going to have a quarterback's perspective from everywhere. And there's not going to be too many places that you're going to be getting that sort of coverage, and it's going to be a show that we're adding to our patron side. So if that's something that you're interested in, head over to the tapeneverlies.com to sign up. And like Phil said, we're going to have Eric on with us tomorrow night. He couldn't be more excited. He loves this atmosphere, like we said. So it's you know, as we continue to grow, we appreciate all of our patrons and non-patrons alike, but we you're never going to get anywhere with not reinvesting into your product, and that's what Phil and I have continued to do, and we will continue to do. And where we have come in just a little over 2 years with TTNL is, Bryan alluded to it earlier. It's not us tooting our own horn. It is impressive, and it comes with hard work and dedication, and having great people behind us, behind the scenes, helping out, and
so many people to thank.
Yeah,
we've added to it tonight. Too many people to thank. And listen, we just wanted to announce it was a big. Listen, I kid you not. At a certain age, Claudio could be the witness to this. I was hurting so many kids in the neighborhood playing tackle football that I had to play all-time quarterback, and that's really what helped me learn to throw the football. But every time I throw a touchdown,
Cars?
No, I bit none. I broke like 3 kids' leg. Don Crouch, Joe Hood, may rest in peace, and a few other. Anyway, but I became the all-time quarterback. That taught me how to throw even better. And every time I throw a touchdown, I'd be like, Kramer! And I've just always held on to that. And then when Seinfeld came out, it even added up. Whoever did that drop, great job. But I love Eric Kramer, the person, and the vulnerability and the family and everything about what Eric is going to bring to this network. His story, and he also wants to bring a message here to mental health. And what better platform than this to be able to speak, as we've spoken with Matt Waldman and Adam Rank and every person and David Kaplan, who's a huge supporter of this network, that have come on here and spoke truthfully about mental health and the importance of taking care of your body, your mind, and everybody having this Wednesday night to kind of be an escape from everything. And really, Eric wanted to be a part of that. So I'll let Eric, like I said, speak about this tomorrow in more detail. He will be on the shows and not just be on Patreon all the time. We will show you what he's going to bring to the table, but it's all about TTNL tonight. So on Christmas Eve, grown man Christmas Eve. Anybody else have anything to say before we go to shout outs?
Let me just jump in really quick into the whole network for landing a guy like Eric Kramer, who, for Bears fans who maybe don't really go back into the 90s football like some of us do. That 1995 season when Eric Kramer was dealing to Jeff Graham and Curtis Conway remains the high watermark for a Bears passing offense. And hopefully Justin Fields will beat that soon enough. But if there's any guy who is going to be able to really talk at a high level about just quarterbacking, but what it also means to put up numbers in Chicago, Kramer's the only guy that can really do it, right? And that's a really impressive get for you guys. Congratulations to the network. And again, it's an indication of all the hard work you guys have been putting in.
Thank you, man. That was so kind of you to say that. I truly appreciate it.
So the beautiful thing about the NFL is what you see on tape usually is a reflection of the person behind it.
Shout out Tape Never Lies. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. From the fans in the stands to the follows on the gram. Thanks for your support, showing love in the DM. We stay Spencer strong, fight together till the end. Now it's time to shout out worldwide friends and fam. Like
the network that keeps it real, 100 crew. So many in the world that I gotta show love to. For some this part, see the show is at its end, but for me it's so important to thank the charter members and the fans. Build the network, speak the truth through the tape. Never run around the truth. No narratives we create. Set them straight, no bubble screen on 4th and 8. Claudio Shayne getting nervous, cause keeping them up too late. That's it, no more to say they get the shot of vital. But hurry up, cause the postman's getting homicidal.
Shout out, I know you hear me, baby. Shout out, I know you see me, baby. Shout out, we gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too. Shout out, I know you hear me, baby. Shout out, I know you see me, baby. Shout out, we gotta holla at you. Keep it 100 crew, gotta show love too.
The network that keeps it real. Sense is strong.
There he is, David Montgomery on the network, thanking me for taking up for him. That's what he's doing right there. Perform. Head over to, tackle somebody, Eddie. Come on. Head over to the swag shop, the swag man. Get over there. Performance over politics hoodies. My favorite hoodie is missing, Brian. You know when you move and there's that one thing you want and I cannot find it for the life of me in here. Cannot find it. But anyway, head over.
Could it be on a tall shelf?
Might be. TTNLswag.com. We always go around at the end of the show, give a shout out. We will start with our guest of honor, and that'll be you, Mr. Perez. Do you have anyone you would like to shout out? You've been working hard this off season. I hope the wifey is in this list.
I mean, of course, the fam. You got to always give love to your family, because we couldn't do what we do as content creators without a lot of sacrifice from the people who mean the most in your life. So, of course, to them, all the good people at the Draft Network, putting me on a great platform. Learned a lot from them this year. And Bears fans on Twitter. I know, Phil, it's like a bad word, Twitter, for you. You're going to come back. We're going to get you back, man. We're going to get you back on that platform. But all the Bears fans on Twitter, it really makes you want to keep grinding, because you can feel the passion through them as well. And you guys, man. I mean, this was really the best possible way that I could have spent grown man's Christmas Eve, is doing everything we did tonight, talking about the Bears, really getting ready. I feel more prepared now to cover the Bears draft over the next couple of days than I was before coming on the show. And it's through the conversation, through the exercise. I felt like I was in Hallis Hall in a draft war room tonight. It was a lot of fun. I really appreciate you guys having me on.
Good stuff, man. Appreciate it.
We appreciate you, man. Like I said, we will say I'll get your address and we have to send you some swag, but we got to continue this. And honestly, the guys at the Draft Network, and Paige has been one of my favorite people when I was even back on Twitter. I really saw where Paige was going. I didn't know she was going this far, and then you guys got something great going over there, and we're really proud. We always support that. We do hold you guys accountable like everybody else, and that's what this is about in this network. So, and we break your balls sometimes too, as you saw in the open. But in all honesty, I got nothing but respect for you, and I'm so happy that you came on the show. And tonight, there's no script. So Cool Kennedy's sitting in the back room. I'm laughing with his sunglasses on, and we're just going and going. He's just calm, and then this is what we do. And Shayne has been dealing with a lot this week, and on top of that, doing a show every night. Just that's what we are here. That's why it's like either get on board or get the fuck out, because this is family, and you got to protect family, and you're a part of that, Brian. So thank you so much. Every fan I've seen is like, Brian, right there. Cam has gone through COVID. He's saying it. He's been through hell and back. You were a great guest. Everybody's saying that. So thank you for the kind words.
Appreciate it.
Chris Jackal. He don't do shit, but we got to play a song for a minute, because this is another production by my guy, Cool
Tight
Kennedy.
beat right here. Cool.
Do you have it? Do you have it? Nobody has it.
No, it's got
Someone deleted it probably.
Someone fucking deleted.
You can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Jackal better do some shit. Jackal better do some shit. Jackal.
It wouldn't be Grown Man Christmas without a little bit of that. Chris Jackal, help the producer here, the social media and the guest wrangler. You have many hats. You just haven't gotten any hats for us, and Bryan Perez is okay with that.
Well played, sir. Well played. Bryan, thank you, man. You were awesome tonight. Real quick, I just want to say thank you for coming on. You fucking killed it. Alan, welcome to the Motley crew and the band of Misfit Toys. So, welcome, and looking forward to getting after it. Just, hey, you know what I say. If you haven't reached out to anyone in a while, maybe pick up the phone, send a text. You never know what they're going through. Say hello. Just, that's about it, man. Big day tomorrow night. Maybe we sneak into the first round. You never know. But not. Let's see. Hey, it's fucking draft day. It's Christmas all over again for us.
Yeah, Ryan Pace isn't here, so we're staying put.
Hey, never say never. But nonetheless, great job tonight, guys. And, happy birthday, Cam. Today or yesterday was his birthday. When the show started, it was his birthday. So
There you go.
Right, do a fucking show you're on, right?
It's Christmas now, Cam. You get nothing. No.
So let's get the auction underway. On the first cow here, who's got 55? 55.
There he is, smoking it up, auctioning it up. Now you're going to be shouting it up. Who do you got, Claudio?
Well, I'm going to, piggyback on Jackal. Bryan, shout out to you. Staying on all night, man. Did a great job. Yeah. Alan, welcome. Everybody else on here, Cherie, Al, everybody. Got a couple shout outs real quick. So Clint Wilson was in the pre-show chat.
The first one?
6:17 p.m.
Wow. Did anybody pay him?
So shout out to him. And John Lawrenson. I saw him say something pretty funny, so shout him out. I got to shout out my dad. My dad will be 77 on Friday.
Nice. Shout out to your dad.
Maybe he'll
bring us some luck.
I'll tell him to make a birthday wish that we picked.
Okay. He did last time he made a birthday wish. What happened?
Yeah, we got Justin Fields, right?
Got Justin Fields. That's right. That's a true story.
Yeah. And then, so we've talked about haters today and all week. So we got a hater right here. Look at this. I'm going to shout him out because you know what? You're not doing something right unless you got haters. Look at this. Yeah! Listen, bear down, cuz, whatever. But this dude, because I got a video of Jersey. I don't know if everybody knows who this is. This is Jersey Jerry. And he doesn't like Justin Fields. Yeah.
How tall is he?
Bear down, cuz is tall.
Yeah.
Look at him. I didn't think he was that tall.
Jersey
either.
Jerry is a dickhead.
Car's a foot taller than Bear Down Cuz.
I found a video.
You might have to talk over this because this will end up getting us.
Yeah.
There you go. I had to make sure. Hopefully.
Shout out to the haters. If
you don't have haters,
they need some love too.
Cool Kennedy. You have anyone to shout out?
Yeah, definitely the family. Shout out to Mr. Perez. I was thinking, when you get him some swag, you got to start a new polo line. He looks like fresh with the polos, man. You gotta get a TTNL. Exactly. He's got to go to work sharp, man. So get him a polo going. But shout out to everybody. Shout out to Alan, man. You know what it is, and the whole crew, the whole staff, the whole record label. You know how we're gonna do it. Dropping hits, dropping bombs. Shout out to the draft. You did cars. I got nothing but love for you. I wasn't trying to bag on you too much, but I like the draft.
I'll be crying later.
It's fine.
I know, man. It's all good.
We'll be okay, but I'll be in tears for at least 72 hours.
Just until the edible wears off.
No, but yeah, much love. You know, it's always informative. Always a good time to show the brotherly love for you guys, man. It's anybody who needs it. Shout out and much support and love and prayers up to anybody who's dealing with things right now. I know everybody is, man. So
yeah,
much love, man. Much love.
Well said. Well said. Alan Bratcher, your first time. Bratcher. I'm gonna get it right.
Let's just call him official welcome. Let's just call him Lafetus. Can we just call him Lafetus?
I've done this forever in coaching. I would mess up and then just give nicknames.
AB.
But all of them have stuck forever. But go ahead.
AB. Brian, first of all, man, huge fan of you on Twitter. Love what you do, man. You killed it tonight. I'm glad I got to sit on this as my first show, man, because you destroyed it. Love it. Claudio, thank you. Much love to you. My guy, Cool Kennedy, I finally got to meet you in person. I've had him following me for a while, man, and much love from you. Love what you do, man, and I'm happy to be a part of this. Chris Jackal, thank you for finally letting me on this network. I've been trying to get on this network
there you go,
for a
Jackal.
year on all the
I got nothing to do with it.
You never answered me on fan night. I'm like, how the hell can I get in, man?
Nope.
And
welcome to the squad, brother.
I don't fucking know you still, Cars, but thanks anyway. Nice to meet you.
Don't worry, I'll get your name right.
You'll get to know.
Bill and Shayne, thank you guys for having me in here. Already feels like family, man. Absolutely happy to be here, man. That's it. Short, sweet.
I appreciate it. Well said, and we're excited to have you. And really, I was honestly surprised that you reached out, and I gave you the test, and you passed the litmus test, the Lafetus test. And once you do that, and you have that kind of enthusiasm, I even said to Shayne, I go, you gotta add people like this that really understand what we're doing, but also want to be a part of it. And that door is always open for people. That it's one thing to talk about it, but then for me to see it, that's where you're at. So we're super excited about getting even better with you, Alan. So thank you for joining and being a part of this great show. I agree with what you said about Bryan Perez. Just phenomenal job tonight. Mr. Cars and his edibles, the Lord.
What? I'm gonna take a page out of Brian's book. Tonight has really prepared me more. The difference is it prepared me more for bed. So with that is my shout out. And yeah, good night, everybody. I need to hit this leave studio button as soon as cute.
The Lord has spoken. Shayne, Marsaw.
Yeah, it's Phil. You spoke on it a little bit. Everybody kind of knows the story. Maybe if you don't, we were live on air Sunday breaking down some draft prospects, and I got an unfortunate call about my dad dealing. He fell, and it was quite significant. Had to be airlifted to Syracuse. Actually just had surgery today. He's got a subdural hematoma in his brain, epidural hematoma in his spine, 2 compressed vertebrae, and they actually had to remove a bone from his neck today. So he's got a long road to recovery, but he's out of surgery, and he's double vaxxed and boosted. So the bad part about that is he ended up testing positive for COVID, so we can't be there with him to support him. So it's been, and everybody knows the story. My mom's dealing with colon cancer on top of it. So it's been a crazy few months for my family, as everybody knows. But like I said, Marsaw's, we're going to keep our heads down and keep going forward. So I appreciate all the support from you guys. I need the draft to get here because I need the distraction from reality. And there's no place that I'd rather be than here on this panel with you guys, because I do. It's a definite release for me over these stressful times, and plus my 10-month-old daughter that doesn't ever want to sleep is a big part of that, but I still love her. Riley had his 90-day PET scan today. That came back clean, so we got some positive news there.
There we go.
Going to be a big part of his life, for the next couple of decades, very likely. But it's a small price to pay. When your children are healthy, it's a definite needed boost for my family because it's like everybody knows it's been a tough road these last few months. But one other person I want to shout out, Phil, you know about this is Cherie. She's not on with us tonight. Cherie's everybody knows she had lost her brother there a little while ago, and sometimes you just need to sit back and things may not hit you immediately. Sometimes they hit you a little bit later. Phil, you and I have talked about a quote that a person shared. You can do everything you do for everybody else, but at the end of the day, if you don't love yourself and work on yourself, you're not going to be the best version of you for your family, for your friends, for your coworkers, and for everybody else. And everybody, not just, I'm not looking for sympathy for my situation with my family because there's people out there that have it much worse. But Cherie is a girl that is very integral to what we do here at this network. So we're always thinking about her. She's stepping back for tonight. She'll be back, but I told her today she can take as much time as she needs. She's got a big support staff here. And when she's ready to step back into the ring of fire with us knuckleheads, we'll be here to greet her with open arms. So big shout out to you, Cherie. Love you like a sister. And that's it, man. Just props to my dad, props to you guys and my mom and son. And let's do this draft thing, man. I am so ready. I got a few days off from work. I don't have to go back until next Tuesday, so I am in full-blown draft mode.
Well said, and congratulations on Riley. I don't even know how to prepare the anxiety of unknowns in dealing with that. It is what it is. That being said, I want to shout out Bryan Perez to stay on the air and be a part of something that may be a distraction for him while you're putting all the work in and have such kind words. If he wasn't here, I'd be saying the same thing. Just it's a true testament to the person you are. I really enjoyed this show. Every week I feel like, wow, that was a really fun show. That was a really great show. And when you do that, it is a combination of what it is you're doing and what the person brings to the table. And you never know when you have company, right? They can come into your house and go into your fridge and cut butter the size of a fucking 6 nickels. And you're like, what the? Anyway, I've had that happen to me before. But anyway, I just thank you so much for jumping on here, having a great time tonight. I want to thank Cool Kennedy, everybody on the TTNL network. Ron G will go on a drop of a hat. If I say, please, we need a new background, Ron G creates it. I can't thank him enough. Chris Jackal, I give him shit, but honestly, he's always thinking about the network and promoting it and doing the things to get it out there. Be a friend, tell a friend. That is a Jackal staple, and I agree with that. Claudio, I give him shit, but his energy and the fact that he's there every night saying, yo, way late. It's just classic, and it's just
tough job.
He's always been a brother. Cars, tremendous job breaking down the draft, going your way and taking that role. You never know how and you predicted it right last year. It's going to be interesting. Does TTNL, Mr. Karstensen, who will have his own show as well on Patreon this next football season, Cars Keys with Shayne and Cars, with Cars leading that ship. Another thing in Patreon that we're going to be bringing to the table. Cars, you did a great job tonight. Alan, I've already shouted you out. Again, I will. I want to take some time out. Caden Whitlow, Cherie, she knows I sent her a private message. You are exactly what Shayne said. Family, I love you, Cherie. Anything you need. Alex Acevedo, though, lost his grandmother yesterday. And this guy has always been in my corner, in Shayne's corner, in TTNL. Some of these classic drops, like the economical in my family, was captured by Mr. Alex Acevedo having an ear. DJ Stunner, Shayne, right?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
No, we're very economical, my family.
Probably the worst time drop in the history of
it is what it is. Alex is his claim to fame, and he has many more drops and does the swag for this network. Got nothing but love for him, and I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my wife as I make cars happy and wrap up here. My wife, in moving and knowing that the draft is on the cusp, she was on the phone with Shayne. No, I get it. Every night, I'm living out of boxes. I'm on a mattress on the floor. It's crazy. And my wife is supporting what it is, this network, and knows how important it is and how important you fans are. And I will say this, 200 and something of you strong, over 200 of you right now. There was 500 of you watching this show, and there'll be thousands watching. I want you guys to know we truly appreciate you. Even if Shayne calls your mom a fucking cunt live on the air, I'm sure we appreciate you. That being said, for Cars and his mock drafts, to give him a grade, leave it in the chat. Smash the like button. I don't know what the fuck you're waiting for Cars, Jackal, Claudio, my guy CK, Alan Bratcher, got it right, Shayne Marsaw, and my guy Bryan Perez. We will see you tomorrow night again. We don't even have a pick, but we're going to be live. Maybe if they trade up, you might see Bryan Perez pop in here again. You never know. You might come over here, guys. Can you fucking believe it? I won't be able to believe it. It's going to be crazy. We'll be live. All the best. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm looking for the way out of here. I guess we'll just do it short for Cars.